Alright, welcome everybody. I've had to re-record this intro because I thought I could do it better than when I was half tired and everything hours after I originally recorded it. So this is an interview with Dasha, a woman who has been repeatedly accused of various things, harassed by a bunch of different people over the years and everything, for the last 6 years, just about, and hasn't entirely handled it exactly the right way. So, just to give you a bit of a brief history on what exactly she's been dealing with. Back in 2016, late 2016, she began dating Seer, a YouTuber, now Twitch streamer. And you may be familiar with him, you may be not. It's fine if you're not. But yeah. Basically, at the time, Seer was living with another YouTuber slash streamer, Edwin Costa, aka Edwin's Generation, aka Homeboy Edwin. And he also has a bunch of different usernames, and even Costa isn't his real last name, so that's just funny. But yeah, in 2016, Seer was living with Edwin after he offered earlier in the year Edwin to come live with him in LA so they could shoot videos, do whatever they wanted towards their YouTube stuff, and he wanted to give Edwin a chance to make it as a YouTuber and make some money and everything. And yeah, and things did not quite go that well, and ultimately living with Edwin did not really work out the best, and we're going to go into that in the interview more. But basically, Dasha started living with them in November, is what she said, of 2016, and they all lived together through into early January, and she started noticing stuff that Edwin was doing in regards to Seer that she didn't really like, and she reacted negatively to that, and talked to Seer about it and everything, and ultimately Edwin was told to leave the apartment and everything. So yeah. So then, when it comes to other stuff, in December of 2016, Seer and Dasha invited Mina, Seer's ex-girlfriend from right before Mina, or right before Dasha, out to LA to come visit them, hang out, and just be friends. Eventually, that evolved into a polyamorous relationship, which the stories differ on how that came about. Basically, what Mina and Edwin attest to is that Mina was continually asked about it by Dasha and everything, until she apparently had convinced herself, I guess gaslighted herself to some extent, that maybe she did still have some residual feelings for Seer and everything. Dasha attests that she only asked Mina about it a few times, just out of curiosity. I'm assuming that's because she was seeing Mina seeming like maybe she did, or maybe it was just out of curiosity. But yeah, and they started the polyamorous relationship where they both shared Seer and everything, and ultimately it didn't work out because Mina had started a secret relationship with Edwin, didn't tell Seer or Dasha. Mina and Edwin started hanging out behind their backs, and apparently had formed their secret relationship behind their backs as well during that time. And yeah, and here's the thing about that, and I mentioned it in the interview at some point. In regards to that, Mina and Edwin don't, they basically admit to hanging out behind Seer and Dasha's backs, but it's a lot less, but it's to a lesser extent than Seer and Dasha attest to and everything. And Yeah, there's just a lot of details between, or for the story, differ between the parties involved. But it's my opinion that like Edwin and Mina are very disingenuous, or were and have been over the years very disingenuous on the details of it and everything, for what happened exactly, and yeah. So yeah, so eventually, Dasha really didn't like Edwin. At that point, Sear really didn't either, through a mix of stuff that Edwin was doing at the time, as well as like, um, whatever. And the thing about it is, Dasha and Sear have attested to believing Edwin to be micromanaging a lot of things, like Sear's expenses and how much money he spends on stuff and whatever. And even to an extent, he did kind of try to micromanage their love life and everything, Sear and Dasha. And there was a lot of other stuff. And if you watch Edwin's very first video, that's an hour and a half long. I don't recommend either watching it in one sitting or watching it at the normal speed. Put it up to like 1.5 speed at least. He kind of shows that he was a bit micromanaging and everything. He was all up in their business and everything. As well as he blames retroactively. He blamed not feeling inspired to create content and everything on the vibes, I guess, around the apartment at the time caused by Sear, Dasha, and to an extent I think Mina, but mainly Sear and Dasha. But if you actually watch the full clip from the vlog he took that from, which he has since, I think, privated, but is now on the Internet Archive. I'll probably link that down in the description. I'll try to link as many receipts that are not readily available on YouTube, and I can't, like, put in the video, because I don't want Edwin striking the shit down, with putting in video clips, outside of maybe a few here and there, but mainly I'm just going to stick to, like, still frames and or whatever of either... Well, probably the transcripts of Edwin's videos, so as much context can be given that I can put into the video and everything. But then also I'll have a link to a playlist I made for receipts for the interview, so you guys can watch everything as much as you want and have as much context as you can get from those and everything. And then also listen to the interview and make up your own minds on stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, eventually, after Sear told Edwin to pack up his stuff and get out, things started apparently getting better, but Sear gave him a month to move out, so yeah, I think that probably was just good to get that out. But things started to apparently get better, but then after like a few days, I believe, to maybe a week, Edwin officially moved out, taking most of his stuff, but not some of his, like, his pieces of furniture, which was his desk and his bed, as well as other things like his heat dish and a few other things. But he did take Sear's vlogging camera. Nice. But yeah, so then, he also took Mina with him, because Mina didn't want to stay there. And, yeah. Soon after, they moved out, and they, started doing videos together, like vlogs and all that. Edwin started making, or putting in small segments of his vlogs, like little bits and pieces of him, and Mina talking about how things went, and essentially, to some degree, lying about what had happened. Granted, though, I don't necessarily know if they were lying, or if they were misremembering, or if their mentalities were fueled by how they were feeling at the time, and they don't have the mental capacities to, like, try and re-examine stuff, and actually take the blame for anything that happened, because it seems like there was a lot of drama caused by everybody involved. But yeah, at some point or another, and to different extents. So yeah, so after Dasha did a live stream, and Sear also came in like halfway through it, Edwin did about an hour and a half video, which I've already mentioned. recounting things from his perspective, from with Mina, and they both like very harshly either misremembered things or gave very bad faith takes on them. Like, if you actually watch that video, they both give really, really bad or bad faith takes on, like I've said, on what had happened and everything. And from what it seems like, to some extent, most of the things that he says are true, but either he fudges some of the details or makes shit up whole cloth, or just gives one side of the thing and doesn't even try to put his best foot forward with stuff. One of the things that he also did was as he would go forward with the videos, he would really make or try to make Dasha look bad and make her look crazy, which she admitted to some degree that she was, but it's mainly that she was like impulsive and mad, and like I could also tell in some of the video clips it seems confused over stuff that had happened or why certain things were as they were. So yeah, and a lot of people, due to, I think, overanalyzing Dasha's social media posts and other things, as well as like live streams she was in and Instagram stuff and whatnot, as well as taking Edwin's side, did think that Dasha was crazy for the longest time. I don't personally think that she was crazy. She just, she mainly got too heavily involved in stuff and let this stuff consume her life, which to an extent I can't blame her, because Edwin and Mina continually for a few years banked off of that drama and everything. Edwin did videos, other people covered the drama, taking Edwin's side, and also let me see. Edwin did live streams talking about stuff too. The live streams are either now deleted or probably paywalled behind either his Patreon or his channel memberships, or straight up privated, or unlisted. So I personally cannot attest to a lot of things at the time because I wasn't there. But I've seen clips here and there of Edwin live streams that some people have put online and put in like compilation videos and whatever with him talking about stuff, or even just segments of the live streams of him talking about stuff. And it does seem to me that as much as people want to say that like Dasha specifically was keeping the or perpetuating the drama to some extent, I would say that Edwin and Mina, mainly Edwin, were also, to an extent, keeping the drama going as well. Because, I mean, Edwin would also do things like, apparently, Edwin would also do things like on his Twitter or in his live streams, say that Dasha was copying Mina with a lot of her fashion choices, even though that doesn't really make any sense. And, yeah. And then there's other things that Dasha did that Edwin took advantage of, like some of the Lolcow posts that the admins of that site believed to be her, as well as a WhatsApp chat group that she formed with people that ended up betraying her and leaking shit to Edwin. And yeah, to some extent, I can kind of see both sides there. Like, if they genuinely, whether or not they were good or bad faith, if they genuinely thought that Dasha was obsessed with that shit, it really, I can see why they didn't want to be a part of it anymore, and would leak stuff to Edwin. But to another extent, it's like, that's how Dasha was, like, coping with stuff and doing other stuff. There was also leaked voice notes Dasha sent to one of the people in the chat group that were then leaked to Edwin about her wanting to take Edwin's channel down. This will be mentioned later on in the interview by Dasha, to where it's like, she asks, I believe, can you blame her? To some extent, no. I really can't blame her for wanting those videos taken down. I just don't think that that was maybe the right move, but I understand it. But yeah, and on top of that, she was just pissed. So yeah, just imagine if your former roommate completely just took things that you and your boyfriend at the time did while you guys lived together, put it online, dramatized the fuck out of it, and was continually like harping on shit. And then on top of that, in future videos that Edwin would make, when he would bring up some of the allegations again, or accusations that he had against them, he would really, really ramp up the allegations. One in particular is Dasha deleting Mina's Instagram account after she found that Mina had a bunch of alts. This evolved over some of the videos, in mainly just the next hour and 15-minute one, to being, not only did she delete Mina's Instagram, but she deleted it 3 times, and then also for some reason tried to log into Mina's Instagram by memorizing her login information. But then Mina changed the password and got a bunch of notifications on her phone or texts on her phone about passcode to log into it. And then Edwin said that Dasha also did that to him and Sear. But realistically, if you think about it, they give no information on how she got the login information, as far as I can remember. Maybe they did, like, maybe she was, like, hovering over Mina's shoulder, memorizing stuff, which I'm just like, why would she do that? And then, why would she try to log into Edwin and Sear's Instagram accounts? It makes no sense. But then also that she deleted Mina's Vine, which they just threw in for no reason. I don't see a reason why you have to escalate these accusations to any extent. It's really honestly just stupid, and I don't understand why anybody, or why most people that fell for this shit, because, like, here's the thing, especially since you can binge these videos, if you watch them in quick succession within a little time frame of when you've seen the last one, there are continuity errors in the storytelling, and there are things that really go unexplained that Edwin genuinely just thought a lot of people would just go with. And that's really the thing about it. And on top of that, he has no proof at all for a lot of the things that he talks about, especially in that first video. And especially for the more serious accusations, what Edwin does is he will take what he can get, throw it into the video as a visual, and or an audio thing or whatever, and just say, this is proof. Like, the specific accusation escalation that I talked about, he threw in when Mina said that she, or maybe it was him recapping it or some shit, when Mina said that Dasha had tried to log into her Instagram account, Edwin threw up a visual of an email that Mina got about her, I think about her password or something, and then a tweet about Mina complaining that posts on her Instagram were getting deleted, which could be for a number of reasons, by the way. She doesn't show that she would be, like, she didn't show that she got an email for, like, oh, this was taken down by whatever, because most of the time, I would think that these social media sites would email you over a post of yours getting taken down, and I'm pretty sure your Instagram usually does that. So it's either conveniently left out the actual explanation, or Mina genuinely doesn't know the actual explanation and blamed it on Dasha. I don't understand this whatsoever. They're fucking stupid. But and then they showed a screenshot of Mina's phone where she got texts from Instagram sending her various passcodes to log into her Instagram, which there are no time codes on there or whatever for when they were sent, and on top of that, there's actually no verification that Dasha actually tried to log into Mina's Instagram. And on top of that, Dasha actively denies it. So from there, you can say that either Mina and Edwin completely fabricated this bullshit using whatever little evidence that they could find to try and prove it, or Mina genuinely, misunderstood stuff that was happening and blamed it on Dasha. It's really fucking stupid. If you apply any sense of logic to a lot of the accusations and stuff as it goes along, a lot of it either doesn't make any sense or it's too insane to actually believe. Especially with what Dasha has actually admitted to and has been pretty consistent with in regards to what she's admitted to and her takes on situations and everything. But yeah, then there's also the the stuff around Mina coming to the United States. When she visited them in LA. The initial story, and this is also what Dasha goes with, is that Dasha messaged Mina. She got Sear to apologize to Mina for how their relationship went, I believe. And then Mina accepted the apology and accepted their invitation to go to LA. Again, differences around certain aspects of the story, which, since I know Mina and Edwin to be unreliable narrators, I can't believe most of what they say. Especially when Mina didn't give Edwin receipts of Dasha continually hounding her in DMs like she claimed. I would think if Mina had proof of that, because I think they were messaging through Instagram DMs, her and Dasha. Oh, but granted, also, the Instagram account was deleted, so she wouldn't have proof of that. Interesting. But yeah, convenient, more so. But, if there was any semblance of proof to that, I would honestly like to see it, is what I'm saying here. But they upped that later, and everything was basically very, very consensual in regards to Mina being flown out to LA and everything. But then, just recently, on a Chud Logic stream, Edwin and Mina, first Edwin, he chimed in when Mina was recapping the story. Basically, Mina, I believe, said that they tricked her into coming out, or they, it was something. And then Edwin chimed in saying that they sex trafficked her, and then his definition was bullshit, because that's not what sex trafficking is. Yeah, I can't... If anyone genuinely believed that, first of all, you're an idiot. Second of all, you need to do some critical thinking. Third of all, get off the fucking internet and do a fucking mental reset, because you need it. When I heard that, and I saw that clip on Nick Diorio's Twitter, I'm just like, that was... I had to immediately chime in and respond to Nick's shit, saying, that was not what the fuck... I don't even think Nick believes that, by the way. Just the way that he talked about it in his video on Edwin. And I actually put the fucking U.S. government's definition of what sex trafficking is. The federal government's definition in the United States of what sex trafficking is. And just human trafficking in general. They have an entire fucking website for what they deem to be that. And it goes with what Chud Logic said. Which is stupid, because someone in Chud Logic's chat actually was just like, there's a different definition between the United States and Britain. And it's just like, or the UK. And it's like, no, there's fucking not. The way that Chud, actually described the definition of it is exactly, or almost exactly, the same as how the US fucking deems it. His wording is different, but it's the same fucking definition. I don't understand at all how anyone could go with that. I personally think it's people that just see this shit as entertainment, when it's just like, these are real people. This is not reality TV. This is not a soap opera. This is not a TV show or a movie. These are real people. Like, and these are serious accusations. And Mina and Edwin have no, like, proof of anything that they say. And if these guys were taken to court, they'd fucking be laughed out of the courtroom by the judge, in my opinion. But yeah. And basically, as well, since I'll probably get, I mentioned this in the interview towards the end. It's like, I did not plan on doing this interview after Edwin got canceled for the shit that he was doing with Salvo. But it's amazing timing. I had originally asked Dasha or if she would want to do an interview back in November of 2021. So a little bit over a year ago. She said that she would, but she kept ghosting me because she wasn't in the right mental space, which is fine. After the accusations of sex trafficking came out, she said, "Do you want to still do the interview?" And I'm just like, sure. So yeah. Then I rewatched Edwin's videos, took notes on stuff that I thought was important from all of them, and we ended up doing the interview. And yeah. So what you're about to hear in regards to the interview is mostly raw audio. I might cut out like dead space or redundant stuff. But it's going to be mostly uncut, and you guys are going to hopefully enjoy it, or whatever. And if you're anyone that has believed Edwin for the last 6 years, almost 6 years, basically I hope that you can come into this with either a neutral perspective or a more general perspective on this, and try to absorb the information that Dasha gives and make up your own mind on what you believe to be the truth of the situation, because that's the main point of this interview, is to get Dasha's perspective, especially in retrospect, and talk about these things, because like I said, Edwin didn't give entirely every fact that he could have in his videos on this shit years ago, on top of giving bad faith interpretations of stuff that happened that he knew about or saw or whatever, and then compiled it all into videos, dramatized the fuck out of it, monetized the fuck out of it, and just went with it. I don't really know what else to say, but other than I hope you guys enjoy the interview. And yeah, there will be timestamps for every question, hopefully down in the description. There will be receipts, hopefully down in the description. Maybe on the play bar there will be, if I think to edit those. They'll probably be on the play bar for each question and everything, each segment. And yeah, so yeah, if I have anything to add into the interview as well, there will be visuals and maybe me chiming in during editing. But yeah. Which is to say, yeah, there will be visuals of as much receipts as I can get. Unfortunately, I don't have everything, but as much as I can get, I will put into the video. So, yeah, if you're just listening, pay attention to the screen, at least for your first watch or listen to this interview. So, yeah, hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you towards the end. So now that we're I guess good to go, we'll start with the questions. Okay. Then. I'm basically gonna go in a rough chronological order of stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
And I just want to get some baseline facts started with this first round of questions.
Okay.
So the first question I had is, when did you and Sear first start going out, and what was the backstory behind that?
It was in around, I actually cannot give you an exact date, but it was 2016 spring.
Okay.
It was like I had DM'd him. I didn't know how I found him, but I didn't know about that he was making videos. I think I just stumbled across his Instagram, and I just DM'd him. And we started DMing about stuff, but it wasn't flirtatious. Yeah. I think he wasn't. And we eventually met up, and I just found out that he. I actually, so I sometimes I don't really remember stuff correctly anymore because it's been so long, like
Yeah,
stuff
no,
like
I
that.
get that. Like, I had problems remembering some of the details in Edwin's videos in regards to timeline stuff that rewatching his videos helped with.
Yeah.
Um, so
No, it should be. I think it was around July, but I'm not sure. I'm sure I've said it somewhere online when it was when I still remembered it. But I think it was July 2016
okay,
ish.
yeah. So just yeah, I just wanted to know that because like some Edwin was very detailed in his first video on everything, going over when he lived with you guys.
Yeah,
So, and even a little bit before that. So,
I was living
but
with his like roommate Sam at the time, who was just I think he studied something with law. He didn't move. He didn't live with Edwin before. It was like
so it was before they
um
moved in together.
was before. Yeah, I
Okay.
started dating before. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So just yeah, and like so the follow up question is probably obvious. He didn't cheat on Mina with you, right?
I mean,
Or did he?
that's what they said they he did, but it's not the truth. No. First of all,
Yeah.
him and me weren't like with me with Sir and Mina. Sir always has this thing where I think he was kind of, I guess, convinced to be in a relationship with her by her. They were seeing each other for approximately 2 weeks, and she basically said she was coming out for a photo shoot, but it was just her sugar daddy uh, paying herself, and she just came to like meet Vincent.
Okay.
Um, but they were seeing each other for 2 weeks, and she hung out with him a bunch of times and eventually like asked him for a green card. That's why he broke it off with her, and then they kept messaging each other, and she would like go on these like sometimes he would wake up to like 60, and I'm not over exaggerating, it was like 40 or something ish messages from her that were like, I can't believe you're cheating on me, I can't believe like I should have never tried, now I have to tell my mom that you're a bad person, sad smiley face. And then she would like send him weird gifts of baby animals being sad. It was just like super weird.
That comes off like extreme gaslighting
It was for sure, but
or something
nothing
like
she would
that.
do. And nobody believes that because of her, the way she presents herself on the internet and how cute and innocent and baby she is, you know? But she was really manipulative.
Yeah. That that is something that I've noticed in regards to like how she talks about some things. Like I think I talked with you in DMs about this, but like in the first video that they did during one of her segments in them where she talked about the makeup when you guys all had pink eye, I think,
Oh my God,
and
yeah.
you were very adamant about telling her not to use that makeup specifically because it might come back.
Love at the time. And what didn't she say? It was like because I didn't want her to look pretty or something? Or what was
Yeah,
it?
it came off like she thought, at
I
least,
couldn't handle her beauty if
that
she puts on mascara.
yeah, you didn't want her to like, yeah, look prettier or something like that. And I guess her natural face, and I don't know, just like,
I wasn't like, don't you dare put makeup on. I said, hey, be careful and maybe don't use the same mascara as me. Everything
yeah,
is just like so dramatic and like told like times 10 of what it was actually.
yeah, it's
And because
like,
of some things being true, it's easy for people to believe the silly shit
yeah,
because why wouldn't they believe I'm such an abuser and I did such terrible things? So of course, like Edwin could have told people that I had sex with a horse and they would have believed it at that
ugh,
point, you know. A
ugh.
terrible example, but
No, but you're not wrong. Is the fucked up part about it. Um, it's like I find it really fucking stupid. Like obviously not everyone believed those videos, but enough people did that it clearly got annoying to deal with.
hmm
Because like if you look at like the comments of his videos, like most of them are just like, "Oh, I'm so sorry that you had to deal with this and whatever the fuck else." But it's just like,
Must have been so hard for Edwin to live with us rent free.
yeah, clearly, because like the main thing about his first video as well, and most of his second video, I think the like 2 hour long ones, is that most of the stuff that he talked about, he didn't have any single kind of receipts for, so it's all just hearsay.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's up to
Yep.
you to choose if you want to believe it or not. And like part of why I'm doing this interview is I want to get the other side of it so people can make up their minds. So it's
I
like,
do.
and when I was thinking about like everything that he said, I'm just like, in regards to you guys being like abusive to him or some shit, it's just like most people don't do like harsh things like that without a reason. Um,
Yeah. I had like crazy emotional outbursts, which I'm not excusing. Like, for instance, the stuff when I like went into his room and I was like, if you do this shit to Seer, I'm gonna ruin your life. I wasn't trying to maliciously, like, I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and see how I can ruin this person's life. I was, I had a like emotional like meltdown because I couldn't believe that he was just kind of like not listening to Seer and me when I told him that Mina's a psycho who has multiple like fan accounts that she runs for herself, which I know is not like the craziest thing ever, but it made me feel really weird sleeping next to her. I like basically found out she just came out to for clout, I guess, social climbing. It made me really
yeah,
mad. Nothing I did was ever genuinely because I wanted to hurt anyone. It was just a terrible emotional outburst that I had, and I shouldn't have said a lot of the stuff. I honestly should have been, they should have taken my internet away. For real. Like I should have never done any live stream, and I just should have just like I was too young and I wasn't really aware of like Edwin was like knew like how the internet worked and how like what to say online, and I just didn't. I was just like saying it how it like was for me, and people just took everything out of context.
yeah. It's like that's one of the things as well on about like social media and like uh mainly places like Twitter. It's just like people will take statements you make as they will, and so many
Yeah,
people are unfortunately very bad faith with
very true.
that. So yeah. Um, and a second part of that question. I don't know if you'd know this, but one of the questions I have is, what were the circumstances of him and Seer and Mina breaking up? If you know at all. If you don't, it's fine.
Of Sierra and Mina breaking up.
Yeah.
He just thought she was very like just too immature for him because of like how she, while they were dating, in those 2 weeks, she would like go on his like Snapchat and whenever like she would hunt down the women that were like Sierra has like had girl like women friends he would hang out with, and she would hunt them down and like message them on Instagram, and then he would wake up to messages like I can't believe you cheat on me, and he wasn't like cheating on her, he was hanging out with female people.
Okay.
And he basically broke up with her because she was just too immature and he didn't see it go anywhere. And she didn't let him, she refused to let him break up with her. Like he was like, I can't believe I have to tell people you're a bad person now. Those were the exact messages she sent him. I will never forget when I saw those on his phone. It's crazy.
It's funny because aren't you and Mina roughly the same age, just like several months apart?
Yeah, no, I think she's a year younger than me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Or maybe, she's 1996, I think. Yeah, I'm 95.
Oh yeah, because like right, Mina's like
Yeah.
6 months old, 6 months younger than I am. She was born in December, right?
Yes.
I was born in June. So it's funny, me and Mina are like 6 months apart in age.
It's meant
And
to be.
then, but it's just like, you and Mina are like, you said a year apart about?
I think so. I'm not sure. I mean, you can. No, I mean, I don't. I think she's 26 or maybe 20. I'm not sure. I think she turned 26 this year. Last year,
Yeah,
sorry.
last month.
Don't quote me on
Um,
that though. I'm not sure.
I'm 26, so yeah, your math is right.
Okay.
Um,
Cool.
yeah. And it's like, it's just, the way that you say that about like the text messages of her like gaslighting Seer, I don't
FaceTime
know
calls too.
the what.
And FaceTime calls too. Like
Uh,
she was just going in on him. She would like not let him break up with her.
yeah. Um, it's actually funny. The comparison I'm gonna make. How familiar are you with the Repsion and Maya drama?
Not at all. I stayed away from him ever since he like made a. I always get these two people confused. Repzion and Repsilla. Are those two
Yeah,
different people, right?
yeah.
One of them
Repzilla's
made a
the
video.
one. The Repzilla's the one with the southern accent.
Oh, I okay. Which one made a video on me?
I'm I I assume that's
One of them
Repzilla.
did.
I assume
Okay.
that's Repzilla because I remember when I was rewatching one of Edwin's videos, Repsion said he was going to put you and Seer in his X Files series where he does a deep dive into people, but he
Uh-huh.
never did. I have never seen him upload that to his channel. He's only done other people, not you guys. So I just assume it's Repzilla based on that, unless if Repzion did upload that and then just took it down at some point, but I doubt he would have.
Okay.
But the Repsion and Maya shit, basically, Maya's a fucking psychopath. Repsion's not much better in regards to just him
Well, I
being
think
an
I heard
absolute
something.
piece of
Someone
shit.
say it's like Dasha and Edwin got really mad. Like, how dare you like
Yeah,
compare it to Dasha?
yeah. Basically, Maya is very mentally ill. She at least has BPD, but she has something else as well because she is fucking psycho. Basically, and Repsion as a whole like 2 hour, a little bit of, yeah, 2 hour, a little bit over video on this from a little bit over a year ago, where he went into detail on like different stuff that led to them breaking up. But
Mm-hmm.
basically, he shows receipts of like text messages from his phone and I think DMs and whatever the fuck else. Maya would constantly like gaslight him over shit and abuse him, and she did the same shit with having him block certain women that she didn't like, that she thought were a threat between them.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
mean,
yeah,
sometimes you gotta be insecure. I get it. No, I don't find
yeah,
that fun.
it's just funny because like when you said that about Mina, that was the first thought I had, and I'm just
Yeah.
and when I say Maya's a psycho, I can actually very I can say that just full chest because like Jesus Christ, just seeing her over the last year since
I'll
Repsion got with his newest girlfriend is just insane.
wait, is she still doing crazy shit?
Maya, yeah, like
Okay.
she has a bunch of fucking simps as well who will just do awful shit for her. Like she's actually released revenge porn of another girl that she knows just for no fucking reason, as far as I can tell.
Insane.
Then there's a video of her actually admitting it too, which I think was put in Repsion's video on her.
Okay,
Cause
I'll watch that.
yeah,
Is it a
granted
bunch
he
about it?
what what
Is it a bunch of videos or is it just one?
it's one big one. It's like 2 hours
Okay.
long, a little bit over 2 hours. He does unfortunately it is a little bit self righteous, and he does sort of victimize himself more than he should, but um, it's it's mostly good. It's just it's better than any video Edwin's made on you. I'll put that, even though it's not perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, that's just like the comparison I immediately made in my mind. It's like what the fuck. Um,
I mean, maybe so, yeah.
yeah. Uh, so next question would be, when did you move into the apartment with Edwin and Sear?
Wow. I want to say it was, wow, I actually don't know.
Or
I late,
I guess
it was the
around
same
when?
year. It was the
Yeah.
same year. I could probably go back into my pictures and find out. Actually, yes. Well, wait, I can give you. Hold on.
Was it like
Sort of.
summertime or
I think it
later?
was during. I think it was during winter.
Okay.
Let me see this. I do have a picture on my phone of Sierra and I when we just moved in, or maybe I don't. No, I do. It was around. Yeah, it was around November 2016.
Okay.
Either
Because
November.
okay. So November of that year. Yeah, I just didn't know. Like again, Edwin never gave like rough estimates of when certain things happened, so I didn't know
Yeah.
how quickly things escalated in regards to uh, everything that happened.
Yeah.
Because like I was assuming that this was like a several month span. No, it just seems like a month and a half.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
Jesus. Um. Okay, I guess that partially answers my next question, which is how long did you all live together? Because
I on
it seems like if you moved in November, that was like what 2 months, 2.5? Because he left in
I
January, right?
I think so. Was it really just that short? It seems like it was forever living with that man.
Yeah.
I don't know actually. I wouldn't be able to tell you how long we lived there. I could should have prepared. I guess I should have
No, it's
prepared an
fine.
answer for that question. Right?
It's fine. I'm mainly just wanting to establish kind of a coherent timeline here of just facts that Edwin left out of his video, whether he meant to or not.
Okay, yeah.
Because like the problem is as well, like a lot of his vlogs either privated, unlisted, or deleted. So it's like,
I wonder why.
yeah. Because I would be able to do this math myself if I was able to see some of those vlogs, just
Yeah.
in regards to how long they were uploaded. Um, Next question would be, how was living with Edwin? Because I know you said in DMs that like at first you guys got along pretty well, but then it seemed to spiral.
Um, the only thing is, like Edwin, I feel like you read the thing that I sent you, right? The
The
long thing.
thing Zero.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I think it's mentioned in that like he was just very like micromanaging in a way where he like would judge Sear for going to the convenience store down, like we had a convenience store down by our apartment, and they would sell like soy milk that was a little more expensive because you it wasn't like a it was like a convenience store,
yeah,
and he would like get entire like just he would get sit down by Edwin and was like told like you like that's such a stupid thing that you paid $1 more, or I don't know how many dollars, but like, and this is why I'm right and this is why you're wrong, and then we would like point at his psychology degree and tell him like just how he should spend his money while Vincent was paying for his rent, because he really wanted Edwin to succeed. He had him in his videos and even like participated in Edwin's sexual Saturdays videos because he wanted to see him succeed. He
yeah,
genuinely, but everything was constantly, how I was living with Edwin, everything was content all the time. Even when there was one particular incident where I can't remember what exactly was, but we came home into the apartment. Edwin was recording a video. And he was like, "Oh hi, Sierra. I'm just talking about how you did me dirty that wrong time." Haha. Like laughing it off, like while you're living in the apartment for free. It's
jeez.
ridiculous.
Like I can understand some of the if it was genuine frugalness, I could understand the frugalness of uh telling someone, "Oh, you shouldn't buy this here. You shouldn't buy this at this convenience store. You should go to the supermarket or wherever where it's cheaper." And I could understand that 'cause my mom's like that when it comes to certain things, but I really just don't
I know,
understand.
but
Like,
I totally get the point. But like, this is not your money to manage
yeah,
while you're
it's
not like learn how to pay rent first.
yeah, it's like if it genuinely just, and I said this to you in DMs at some point, it genuinely just reminds me of fucking Two and a Half Men. Like, because have you watched that show at all? ever.
No, I know, yeah,
He's like Alan in the later seasons of that show where he's extremely fucking stingy about money.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
uh, and it's just like
I will never forget when we went to Whole Foods. I don't know if this vlog is still up, probably not. We went to Whole Foods, Edwin, Sear, Mina, and I, and he got like really mad that Whole Foods like throws out the picture the pizza at the end of the day and doesn't give it to homeless people, which like I get it, it makes sense, but you know why they do that, right? Because like homeless people would they could sue them if something like is if the food is bad, right? They can't just
yeah,
give it
I
out.
know. Yeah, I know. Like, there's like, I believe there's laws in place that like restaurants and
Yeah,
supermarkets and
yes.
wherever they legally can't do that for reasons like that.
He's just like frugal to that point where like on that particular time we went to Whole Foods, I remember like I got sushi and I dropped one on the floor and I wouldn't eat it because you know it's downtown LA and I
Yeah,
didn't want to pick up the sushi and he was like, "No, I'll eat it." Picks it up and just eats it. I mean, you do you, but like don't shame me for not wanting to pick up a piece of sushi that has the streets of LA all over it. I don't know.
yeah. You don't know what could be on the ground wherever you
Yes.
dropped it. Like, I don't understand that either most of the time. It's like I
Yeah.
certain foods I just refuse to eat if they're on the floor for more than a few seconds.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
And that's on the floor of my house, not like the ground outside or on pavement.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh, um,
Yeah. So living with him was like it wasn't bad, but it wasn't like
wasn't great.
super great. Like I remember when he got really mad about us not returning his pot, like his when he, you know, like when he left on his own account when he left the apartment with Mina, he left a bunch of his furniture there, like, and then just was like thought he could just like make all these videos and then come back at one point and just. I mean, yeah, nobody wants your $20 IKEA desk, okay?
Yeah,
Like he got mad at us for not returning his pots clean. Like we should have scrubbed them or something.
yeah.
Hold on, I was going somewhere with this. Oh yeah, but he left the apartment. He had this like heater
His heating dish.
and one
Yeah,
as
he
his
bitched
heating dish.
about that
And
in I think his first hour and a half long video.
what does he have to bitch about it? It ruined
Well,
one of the sliding doors, and he never paid for it.
yeah. Well, and it was either the first video or the next hour long video. He played a clip of I think from your live stream from February of that year, where you were like, where you were talking for a little bit, and then Sear came in, and you guys discussed it a
Yeah.
bit more, and it was Sear talking about how Edwin stole his vlogging camera. I think you had said something about it too,
Yeah,
maybe.
he did. Yeah.
And that was one of the things he harped on very much, because how dare you guys have the audacity to just say he stole something that was Sear's property, but um,
How did he
like
defend that again? Do you remember?
I really don't
Was he
know. I
just like,
don't.
"Oh, I forgot I took it. Why are you
N-
using it?"
no, he didn't actually defend taking it. What he did was try to make you guys look not as or not any better than he was by bringing up him leaving his heating dish and saying that you guys used it from time to time. Um, and
Yeah, the same heating dish that ruined the sliding door that he never paid for.
yeah,
That came out of the closet.
yeah. He basically just bitched about the fact that he left some stuff behind, and his heating dish was one of them, I guess. And he brought that up as like the main example, but he was like, I don't know. There's a difference between stealing something and leaving something behind because you couldn't fit it in your
Maybe you
cart.
should have brought your shit with you when you're about to dramatically leave and plan on making multiple videos on people. I don't know. I don't know though.
Yeah, it's clear he just. It seemed like he mainly just packed up clothes and electronics and whatever else he had that was like smaller that he could fit in like I don't know maybe a backpack or a suitcase or whatever, and just
Yeah.
left. Um, and then he used the fact that he left stuff behind against you, and I'm just like, why? Like, it's like, bro, just text Seer and Dasha, set up a time and date where you can pick up your shit and just go get it, or send
Yeah.
someone to. Like, he could have like sent his brother or something. I don't know.
He has a
It's
brother. I didn't know that.
he has at least one brother whom he's been living with for the last like 5 years or so. Um,
Okay.
it's just funny, and it's funny because like I remember seeing a tweet of his saying he moved. I think this was like back in October or November. He said that he was in the process of moving at one point to a new place. I don't think he did because like live streams he did after that, it looked like it was the same room because he had the same Spider-Man posters in the same places too. Unless he paid attention to detail on that for his new
Mm-hmm.
place, I don't know. I doubt he got a new place as well because he lost thousands of dollars in fucking cryptocurrency early last year. So,
Oh,
or like mid
crypto.
last year. Yeah, he got so heavily invested in a crypto. At one point on his Twitter, he had in his bio retired YouTuber or live streamer or whatever. He basically just said retired, but then he lost a lot of money in the crypto shit and came back to YouTube because he was out of money.
Okay. He was doing
It's
Postmates for a while, no?
he
I
was
know
doing
that.
he was doing
Yeah.
Postmates. What you cut out?
He was doing post. He was a Postmates driver for a while.
Yeah, I remember him
Good.
mentioning that in his first and a half long video. I still can't believe that was an hour and a half long.
I can't.
And well, I mainly can't believe it because it's just like most of it's fucking boring and most of it doesn't have any receipts backing anything up.
Crazy.
But he like stretched that shit out too. It's funny.
Yep.
Um.
In- oh,
Hmm?
indeed so.
Yeah. I guess you kind of answered this question during the last one. I was going to ask when did things start going badly with Edwin, but it seems like it went bad pretty quickly,
Yeah, it's
or it was
also like,
already.
you know, Sears friend Stefan, Sushi Dragon. He's
No.
a, but like he was always one of the people that like told Sear that he like gets a weird vibe from Edwin and that it shouldn't like he shouldn't live with him. But Sear just always saw the best in him, I guess. Like a lot of
Yeah.
Sears friends, just like
Yeah. No, I can get that. Like when you want to see the best in people that you're kind of blind to their negative traits.
yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Um. So, base next question. It's like two parts. I was like, how did you learn about Mina, and when did you start talking to her? Because we're getting into the stuff that led to her coming out to stay with you guys.
I actually can't remember exactly, but I think it started with like her just um shading me on her Twitter for a while, and then we like I was petty too. We were like just dissing each other subtly on Twitter, and then um on my birthday on August 9th in 2016, she I sent you the screen cap, right? She messaged me on Twitter and she was like, "Hey, I just want to say I'm so sorry. I actually wish you the best." I was like, "Oh, that's so sweet. I'm really sorry too. Like, you should come out sometime." And I later learned, and I have a whole screen cap of this, where of her talking in her Twitter messages to her then friend,
Yeah.
about how she just planned and was calculated. She was like, "I will never get in proper contact with the YouTube crew or get back at Seer if I don't apologize to Dasha." So that was calculated on her, and she was never trying to. She wasn't sorry, basically, for being like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Fake as shit, honestly.
TBH.
she's she's not the only person who's been a commentary orbiter who's fake as shit. I can attest to that. Just from being in Edwin's server, I knew a
I
ton of
can't
fake ass
believe how you
people.
did that to you. You deserve financial compensation for that.
Yes, I was in there for a total of 4 months, and I did tell you a little bit about it in regards to. Um, it wasn't just her either. Edwin's server is very inconsistently ran. He had no fucking roles before the Extreme Dad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then he puts them in. I can give you a screenshot of that I have of his roles from back then. He put in an initial role. I can't remember what it was. I wish I got a screen cap of it. But when he put more roles in after like a few days to a week, maybe 2 weeks, he have like most of the roles were about like protecting his mods, just basically saying don't tell them how to run the thing, or if you have any problems, come to me. I can handle it and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's just like the few mods that actually did anything, because he mods people really inconsistently too. Only like two were doing anything because they actually felt an obligation to do some things. One of them being another one being, uh, and the rest did nothing. And then they judged people for getting mad at them for not doing shit or not doing anything right. Um, and on top of that, like I've heard a few different explanations for how he mods people. I think most of his mods, at least from back then, came from his server was originally just for Patreon people who supported him there, and then he made it public, made some of those people mods. I don't know his, I don't know like his what is it? What is the word I'm looking for? Like standards, I guess, for getting mods, but he just gave some of them mod powers that I guess he liked. And then another X mod of his, he modded her because they were joking about stuff on Twitter, and he liked her sense of humor. So he invited
Yeah.
her to his server and gave her mod powers so she could have access to the mod chats.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there was one chick. She wasn't an official mod, but she had access to the mod chats because she was friends with several of the mods, and I guess they insisted that she did. And she's basically one of the biggest pick me girls I've ever seen.
That's
Jesus Christ.
funny. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
She literally told me and another guy one night in a fucking VC with just the three of us, "Oh, I'm toxic as fuck." And I'm quoting her right there. She said it exactly like that too. Um I think
I
I
mean,
asked her like in regards to
it makes
toxicity.
like start working together.
You think Edwin and her were working together?
No,
Or
I mean, she's
well,
small, right?
she
Sorry, maybe I misunderstood something.
um I call her an unofficial mod. She only had
Okay.
access to the mod chats, and she was wanting very much to be Edwin's number one, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Um, to the point where she would like tell Edwin things, and then she was friends with even after they left Edwin's server. They're the three mods who left back in 2020. Um, and after they left, they were all still friends, and so was trying to start up drama uh, by telling Edwin like they were saying certain things about him, or they posted on Twitter about him, when in one instance they really didn't. Um, and she was genuinely just trying to start drama between him and them, to the point where he posted about it in his server.
That's insane.
And oh yeah,
Oh my God.
just so many of these chicks are just so crazy. Like, and Mina's no different. Is the point?
I don't think people will ever like really see that about her. They're just like, I see a lot of people being like, "Thank God Mina left Edwin" or something. It's like
Yeah,
you got no fucking clue.
it was
They
really
they
weird.
deserve each other. They really do. They
I
did. They did.
Yeah, I was really surprised when they broke up, but at the same time, the way that they, or just how they announced them breaking up was weird. It, eh, both of
That's
them
so it's
post.
so interesting. Like they're like this. They act as if they're like the celebrity couple, and they really owe all their fans like a video. Like people
Yeah,
have to. I guess some people keep up with them. I guess I forget they do have fans, but
yeah.
like. Such
It's
a like as if it's like such an iconic era coming to an end. Get the fuck out of here.
yeah, it's like it was really weird though. Like when they announced that they broke up on Twitter, first it was Edwin, then like an hour later, I think it was Mina, and they both said for again first Edwin, single BTW, and then Edwin posted like two pictures that were basically thirst traps. I don't know why,
No,
and they're still up on his Twitter as well. Um,
no.
and Mina did the same thing about an hour later. The problem is though, she's the only one that's anywhere attractive out of the two of them.
True.
Like, but yeah, and it's really weird because of the fact that she posted it an hour later, it came off to me at the time that she only made that post because Edwin made his. Like I don't think unless if they did talk about it beforehand, but I don't know. It just didn't seem like they came up with that.
Insane. I'm
Yeah.
just I always say that. Okay, yeah. I mean,
Uh, um. So back on the questions. The answer's probably very obvious to this question, but just why did you have Sear apologize to Mina?
because I did see where she was coming from. I sort of like related to her because I thought like someone at that point I did like I really just related to her, and a lot of her she reminded me of myself in a lot of ways. Just the way we handled situations and how like what we did was very similar. And I just wanted him also like I wanted her to just stop shit talking as well. And I was just sad for her that she felt that way. And I kept telling him, I was like, I know, like, just say sorry so she can. It's like she was this ghost that like couldn't leave the world unless she is being forgiven or something, you know? Because there was
Yeah.
always a part of her that like kept, her fake accounts where she kept up with it or would comment weird shit.
Basically,
Just
she you were
I wanted it to stop. I felt also I just felt for her, you know? I really
yeah
did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have like asked her to come out.
yeah. It's like
I never had like she acts as if I think they said this recently that when Edwin was like they sex trafficked her, haha,
yeah
sex trafficked. Like God fucking damn it, dude. Do you know what that word
that
means?
he really didn't. He actually Chud Logic actually asked him if he knew what that meant, just to make sure that he and Edwin were on the
And
same
Edwin said no, he
page.
doesn't.
Well, he said that he gave a really fucking weird definition. The definition he was going by was that sex trafficking was where you transport someone. He said fly out, but basically transport someone to somewhere else and have sex with them. But it's just like no, that's not
It's
it at
just
all.
not what it is.
Yeah.
That's also something that is insane to me. And I've always actually joked about this. I was like, I'm surprised they haven't accused us of rape yet. The fact that Mina, I mean, she got so bold with her lies because I guess, thinks she can get away with anything because she got away with all of the shit so far. Saying on stream that we forced her to have sex is so crazy. I never like had sex with her ever.
Yeah.
I had an ID at that time actually that constantly caused me issues. And then when we would like drink wine and she got like a little tipsy, she would text Vincent while being in the same room as us and be like saying it in this like cutesy way. She was like, I want to go play in the other room. And we were both like, ugh. We very like much into like very early into it, we realized she just like acts like a child, like a little kid. And that's not
Yeah.
really anything we're attracted to. So we didn't have sex with her.
But Edwin definitely was attracted to that. Their fucking DDLG shit.
Copy Edwin though.
Definitely. Poppy Edwin, sexy Edwin.
Wouldn't you want him to be your daddy? Be so honest right now. I would.
Clearly.
What if the biggest plot
Clearly.
twist of it all is that I'm just jealous and I want to be with Edwin really bad?
Clearly.
What what if that is it and I'm just like I could never get him? I was just I had to settle for Sear.
Even though, and I just say this as just a straight man, Sear is legitimately the more handsome out of the two of them. Like,
I think, yeah. I mean, I think even Edwin, I like, please, and like, I might be wrong, but I doubt I am. It always seemed like Edwin wanted to hop on Sear's stick just as much as I did, you know? Like, he always, I low-key think he was obsessed with him. Just the way
the
he was around, I think he had feelings for him. And I'm not the only one. Sear's friends said this too. Like, a lot of his friends were like, isn't like, he just like always was naked around the house and stuff like that.
yeah,
Just
there was
creating weird sexual situations.
yeah, it's just funny
It
in
was every day
regards.
was sexual Saturday.
Yeah, it's just funny in regards to like how like the whole conversation surrounding Edwin and his sexuality and shit like that. He himself is just very reserved when it comes to like admitting that he likes dudes as well as women because it's just like no one.
I saw this when he was like really him was it him and Salvo? He was like so adamant that they didn't hook up or something. Who the
Yeah,
fuck cares if you did?
I was
The
gonna
more
get
you
to that.
deny it, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
I
got too
was gonna
excited.
get. I was gonna get to that because like who was it? Creepshow art in her Lolcow posts. One of the things that she said was the first when I first started watching Edwin, I thought he was gay because he just gives off gay vibes. And it's funny because I've talked to multiple gay dudes about that shit who knew who Edwin was, and he just gave off those vibes to them, like, and just
It
that he
yeah,
was
it
so in the
does.
closet. um, it's just so funny. And then the shit with Salvo, like they had a threesome with Edwin's newest ex girlfriend, and
How does he
like
pull these tricks, dude? I'm
um
sorry.
when it came to Babs, from
She
what
wants
I
to hop on a phone call with me
understand,
too.
cool. Um, from what I think she said, yeah, she said it on the Keemstar show, I believe, when she was asked. Um, or maybe it was Xylee's stream. It was some stream she was on recently where she said that I don't know if she watched Edwin's content, but I believe but they were talking in Instagram DMs before they became a couple, like officially. And I guess they had been getting more serious through that. And then
Okay.
yeah, and then when they went to Keemstar's house uh, for the Keemstar show back in early December, mid December, something like that, they basically made their relationship like I guess official, and like in real life as opposed to just dating. And yeah, that's just basically how that
Edwin is the type
went.
to eat date.
Oh yeah, like, and it's funny because like he before that he he like he did like I think flirting or sexting or some shit with one of the Mama Max girls that he was interviewing, Olivia, and they didn't. I don't believe they dated at all, but apparently this is what Bo Blacks has said. That Olivia told him. She at one point had taken her shirt off, I guess, when they were FaceTiming, and Edwin just started like jacking it, just to her during the call.
Oh,
Yeah, and I think Olivia said it was either like the first time that they had talked on FaceTime or one of the first few times that they did. And I'm just
that's
like, if that's true, just like what the fuck?
that's
like,
wild.
like I'm just like, dude, come on, come on, or maybe not, come on, but who knows? Um, but yeah, it's just really weird how he like picks up these chicks, and it wasn't. I believe with Olivia, it wasn't that long after he broke up with Mina, and then 2 months later he's just with a new girl. So
Crazy.
yeah. Um. So next question would be, why did you guys fly Mina out to LA?
Because so when we started talking, her and I over Twitter, we were just like, oh, it would be so cool. Like I asked her, are you coming out to LA sometime? And she's like, yeah, in the future. Then we can like go eat vegan food and like take pics and do like I don't know dumb shit together. And she was like, I don't know. I just like I asked her if she wants us to fly her out and get her a ticket. It was just me being nice. There wasn't really a. It's always a good question. Why did we do that? Wasn't necessary whatsoever. I wish we never fucking did. But there were only good intentions behind it. I really wanted to hang out with her and get to know her because I assumed. I mean, it's honestly insane that I thought it was a good idea to invite someone else's ex out. I would never do that again. But I just felt like I really did feel for her, um, and that's that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what I thought it was, just like an actual like good faith effort on your part,
It
honestly.
really was that. There was no malicious intentions behind it. I think that's what
Yeah.
Edwin thinks it was.
Yeah, that's the narrative that they've been running with because it goes with the
Or like
whole
fly her out in order to be in a relationship with her. That was never the vibe.
there's
That
a
was
f-
never.
yeah, it's like there's like it's really weird that there's like a few different narratives he's been running with over the last several years for that, the relationship shit, and then also the copying shit. I
God
think
damn it. Yes.
it's just we will get to that. We will
Okay.
get to that. Um, because again, I'm going in rough chronological order.
Yeah. Don't
Um,
worry about it.
yeah, because I think Mina had said it in I think the hour and a half long video. Um, did you ever badger her about coming out to LA? Like repeatedly, just bring it up to her, basically.
That she said I said that.
Yeah, she like she
Oh
said
my
that
god.
you would continually like I think bring it up, just like when are you coming to LA, or hey, we're buying you this ticket, or we want to buy you this ticket to come out, or
It
whatever over
wasn't
text.
like that. It wasn't like that.
It's funny because she didn't show any receipts for that. So
Of course not.
now that I think about it,
If I asked her once or twice. I would ask her, and she immediately said yes. Obviously, she's like, "Oh my god, that's so nice. Of course, I want to come." I was like, "Yeah, just let me know when."
yeah,
I asked approximately like 2 times if she wants to come out or not. Or not.
yeah.
Crazy.
It, I don't necessarily know if she was lying about that or if it was built up in her mind to be like that, and she was maybe misremembering. It's really weird with Mina. I know Edwin's entirely bad faith, but and Mina is bad faith to an extent, but I do believe that she doesn't think things through at times with the things that she
Yeah.
says.
That's why she's happy that Edwin has it. Like, I think a lot of stuff she did, Edwin knows about, and he just hates me to the degree. Like the fake account shit, for instance. Like, he knows those are hers. Or like the nude stuff. Have you ever thought to go on Mina's Twitter and check if she perhaps posted the picture that she framed me for posting?
Hmm.
No, because he wouldn't question her. Or maybe, or
Yeah.
it's either he's really stupid or really smart. Like he either knew about it or he just blindly believes everything she tells him. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. And we'll get into that a little bit more in a little bit, but like the thing about the nude shit is just like there's evidence. There's I think archives of Mina's Twitter where she has posted nudes, lewds, topless pics, shit like
Yes.
that. Um, back then, and it's
I
just like
still can't believe I finally like. Yeah. No, you're right.
yeah, like and basically from what I can tell, Edwin just had her like mass delete a lot of those pictures
A
when people
hundred
were I think
percent.
bringing it
Yes.
up to him.
She must have been
Um,
so fucking. She must have been freaking out when I posted the link to those nudes that she accused me of taking from her phone and leaking. She must have
that's
been freaking
like
out.
that's like
Edwin, cover it up
stupid.
for me.
That's just fucking stupid, honestly. And Edwin is like he's no stranger to mass deleting posts because I think this was in 2020 when he did a it was his critic response video to Bean Spill, which he then halfway through talked about you again. Um,
Mhm.
I believe because Bean Spill was digging up like old really bad joke tweets that Edwin had, and then other stuff he said that was just
Mhm.
iffy. And he admitted in that video, or maybe it was a different video, I think it was that one, he admitted that he mass deleted every post he had from before 2017, before he put out that video, just so people wouldn't be able to like bring shit
Yeah,
up.
classic.
It's like, I that was just a moment where I'm just like, can you not be any more obvious? Uh,
But
um,
most people did never saw that, like it's just now that he's getting investigated a little.
yeah, it's just the amount of people that are going to look back on these things, whether they're new or not, and then reassess everything is going to be wild.
Hopefully so, yeah. I hope.
Yeah. Um. Okay, I had a question. You already answered this with other questions, which was what were your feelings on Mina at the time? You already said so. Um. But then I also have the question: what were Sear's feelings about her at the time, if you know?
What's that?
I I have first I had what were your feelings on Mina, but you already answered that. Then the second question was, do you if you know what were Sear's feelings on Mina at the time?
I think he was just being nice. He probably just like he probably thought it was a bad idea, but like thought maybe it's just I have no idea what either of us were thinking doing that. Like I I just don't know what was going through my brain, but I think Sear was a little more rooted in reality for sure. I don't
Yeah,
think he was
cause
super stoked on it because like he remembers like I only saw of Mina what she showed me. I felt like I have this thing I just not anymore, thank God, but I just like really like I was really empathetic towards her, like and the shit like she felt, even though it wasn't like rooted in reality, how she felt about Sear and how he like his betrayal. I still felt like I saw like a part of myself in there because I used to like, you know, would fall in love with guys that I hooked up with twice and then get mad that it never worked out, I would like and then
yeah,
I like I needed justice for that when in reality anyone is entitled to break things off at any point and they should do so without any consequences and Mina just gave Sear mad consequences for breaking up with her.
yeah. Like I can just imagine like in regards to that, just um being I myself would just be uneasy about something like that.
I know it was stupid, it's my fault and I should have never done it.
Yeah. So another two-part question: what did you guys do together when she was in L.A. and just kind of a joke question that you already answered. You never sex trafficked her, right?
Well, about that.
Well, about
Well,
that.
so um we kind of it's honestly so embarrassing when I think about it now because it's just so shallow. We would just like go shopping and take pics together and like she was doing like before I she even came out, she told me she was like having sugar daddies and I did too at the time, and which she obviously denies. But
Yeah.
she was like talking to sugar daddies while she was here and just going on dates, and like one time we also went on like a date together. It was just like dinner dates,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's just kind of just existing and sometimes and playing like games, like video games, and like going to vegan dinners. It was honestly kind of boring.
Yeah. Because,
It wasn't anything crazy. We were just both obsessed with taking pictures of ourselves and stuff. Like it's so stupid. Like do
yeah.
something real with your life. I'm dissing myself here. Like do something like
just
that's why I
dissing
like
past Dasha.
so stupid.
Yeah. Because, like, one of the things, or I think one of the, yeah, I think one of the reasons I put that question down was just like, in his first hour and a half long video, I have to stress that because it's just insane that he made it that long. Um, I remember one of the things Edwin did was he bitched about the fact that you, Sear, and Mina would just basically most of the time hang out in the apartment, drink wine, play video games, or just watch TV or a movie or something.
Yeah.
And he took footage from one of his vlogs and cut out the bit that actually added context to why he was feeling this way when he was feeling uninspired and just, I guess, a lot very down.
What do you
Like,
want to feel inspired by? You know what? It's like only boring people get bored. You know, like
yeah, I'm just
it's that's so stupid. Like you either know how to make good content or you don't. You were uninspired because you didn't like what were his videos even about before he did really full commentary. You just didn't have any content that you
yeah,
were passionate about. If you had something if you maybe if you had a business you were passionate about. Oh, quoting Kim Kardashian. I'm just kidding.
yeah,
No, I don't know. He just like boring people get bored. I'm saying it again.
yeah, because like
Like you don't. It's like he relied on Sear so much to create content with him, and Sear was just trying to like make money. I mean, I'm sure Edwin was too, but Edwin kind of just like relied on Sear with like filming.
yeah, because it's just like um I'm not surprised Edwin didn't have that big of a following before the commentary stuff because uh, s- some of his old skits that I've seen in vlogs and stuff like that, the vlogs were okay. They were okay content. They're just kind of filler. They're not like really that offensive, but unless if like he was bitching about something, I guess, for the
Yeah.
content. But his skits, I get why people didn't really care for him because some of his skits could get really, really just badly offensive.
I know. Have you
Um,
seen Sexual Cabin?
I have seen parts of that.
That's so
Um,
bad. Honestly, his
yeah,
most iconic video, where he just like is like I don't know. It looks like he fucking snorted an 8 ball of cocaine. I don't know.
yeah, and it's just really
Sexual
stupid.
Saturday. Like his entire thing
Yeah.
was targeted towards like a very young audience.
Oh yeah, and like I remember seeing through one of Deity's streams when he was watching a lot of Edwin's old videos. Some you gave him, some other people gave him. Um, because I think someone got they either got it through an archive site or they went onto Edwin's Patreon and got links and downloaded them for him. But when he was watching through a lot of those old videos, I remember specifically Sexual Saturday, and I don't know if this one's still up because he took some of them down. Where he specifically said in the video that it was specifically for that series was specifically for teaching like teenagers mainly, I guess, um, about sexual stuff, and it's just like,
I mean,
dude, you,
someone's gonna do it.
yeah, I'm just, and he still has that in one of the descriptions of one of the videos. I have a screenshot of that somewhere as well, where he has the description of the series in there or what it's for, and it's just like, bro, you barely have a degree in psychology. Like, you're not equipped or licensed or anything to be teaching children about this stuff. That's for health class in high school. Like, I wouldn't want fucking Edwin teaching me about that shit the way that he does, especially.
Yeah. Are there still Sexual Saturdays videos like online?
Most of them are. Some of them got taken down. I think I mainly think because Edwin just privated them or deleted them. Probably some of the worst ones he took down. Um, but yeah, most of them are still up though. I'm surprised
That's
more people
funny.
don't question him on why, like, oh, number one's missing or this episode is missing because he numbers them. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, I mean, mass delete. It's a common theme with him deleting stuff.
yeah, especially when he gets caught in like lies or some shit. 'Cause I also remember the video where he doxed Sear's real first name to make him look
Mhm.
untrustworthy to his audience or some shit, whatever the hell the reason was.
That's and also like I love how he always did that to me. Like we know your real name is Julia. my name is Julia Dasha, and who the fuck even gives a shit what name I go by? Do you care about what gender people have, Edwin? And you
Here's
shouldn't give a shit. It's not your business. It doesn't make me a less trustworthy person. I didn't like my name because it was just reminded me of my mother too much, and I'm not really close with her at all. I grew up with my grandparents. Whatever the
yeah,
reason is of why I don't like, I'm not hiding anything. I just don't like the name, and it's
yeah,
a personal reason.
yeah. Like, and then on top of that, like, it's ironic because he doesn't go by his real first or real last name anymore
Nope, he
online.
doesn't.
It's like this
I
dude
wonder why
genuine.
Costa. Why that out of all things?
I think just because it sounded Spanish, or it is a Spanish name, because Costa Rica and all that. But it's also really weird because like he used to say it, he used to pronounce it as Costa, but now he pronounces it as Costa. To which I'm pretty sure if it was his real last name, he wouldn't pronounce it wrong.
So
It's
fucking funny.
it's really weird. Um, but yeah, and uh, I don't know. I don't think he thinks through a lot of things. Um, he definitely didn't with the name thing because like Deity was told about an old video of Edwin's from like I think 2010 or so, and Edwin introduced himself as, "Oh, hi, I'm Edwin, real last name," at the beginning of it. And
Hmm.
after he showed it on stream, on one of his streams, before Edwin put out his critic response video to him in 2021, he privated that video finally. And it's just like, and then his Edwin stands were just like saying Deity doxed Edwin, and it's just like, no, Edwin still had that video up. Sorry, it's not a dox if he put that information out.
True, yeah. He was foul to Didi as fuck.
Oh yeah, some of it I can get because like some of the things Deity like did or said I don't necessarily agree with, but most of the stuff Deity was doing was relatively harmless in the grand scheme of things. He was just watching Edwin's old videos and then did some like compilation videos talking about Edwin's older content. So
Yeah.
it's just like, where is the harm? And Edwin, and I still have the screenshots that Deity posted in his Discord server at the time. Edwin legit just copyright struck Deity 2 times, and I assume he was going to do it a third time, but Deity like mass privated a lot of his streams and videos on him so that he wouldn't lose the channel.
Yeah.
It's, it's just stupid. The way
It is stupid. But
yeah. Um. So it's back to the questions. Okay, now we're getting into like I guess the more like deep cut stuff. Um. So this relates to you and Mina having conversations on the roof of the apartment building, just like
well, that's
uh,
yes.
yeah. So the question is, so you and Mina went to the roof of the apartment building to talk about her feelings about Seer. That's the
Yes. I
question.
hate how she addressed it in the video. She was like she was mocking it and belittling it so much. She knows them well. I didn't say it like that. She was like, Dasha did not take me to the roof and like ask me if I'm Paul or something. Like I actually don't know what she said. Oh, what was it? Um. Oh no, she said it because I told her we were on the roof, and she basically told me that she was poly and she wants to be in a relationship with us. And then she said in the video, she was like, "Yeah, no, Dasha, we didn't go upstairs." And I say that immediately. She like mocked it as if I didn't like, as if there wasn't a whole ass conversation before that led up to her saying that. Like she made it sound as ridiculous as possible, like as if I'm just like the biggest liar in the world. But we were talking about a bunch of things, and I basically asked her if she still has feelings for Seer. And what she said was, I think I kind of like have feelings for both of you guys now. And we like kept talking. I was like, we could like try to be in a like in a three-way relationship, you know? It was so stupid. But
Yeah.
that's how it happened. And she brought it up and told me she's polyamorous. I don't know, maybe she watched too many Onision videos or I don't know.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
brought it up.
Yeah. And just like with the text messages about coming to LA, she like over exaggerated it and was just like saying you were badgering her about it and just continually asking her before you guys
So
actually got into the relationship, I guess.
that's so stupid. She acts like she's the most like I wanted her so badly. That's not what it was at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
I hope that answered it somewhat.
no, it did. I was just like, this can't be how it actually happened the way that Mina told it, where it was just like constant badgering, just constant asking about her feelings on Seer and everything. She made it sound like it was going on for like either a while or a lot before she like finally admitted to it, is how
Yeah.
she put it, I believe. Um, so basically, just you said you don't really know what you guys were thinking back then. The question is, what was the logic behind the poly relationship, just in general?
Would love to know that too. What I was thinking. No. I don't know. I definitely had feelings for her at one point. Before I kind of like realized she just acts like a kid. I just like
Yeah,
I think I confused my empathy. Like I confused like just really caring for her. I thought I like was in love with her. Don't really know what the thought process was behind that at all.
yeah,
It beats me. I feel like I don't know what kind of person, and I'm not. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm mentally ill. I wasn't on the right medication, but I think some of it just I just wasn't like really self-aware to like or just didn't really know that the obvious thing was just like I just really shouldn't have ever flown this girl out. Especially had I known that her intentions weren't like good, that she was just trying to get into the YouTube crew and was just getting back at us.
yeah. What was I gonna say? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, because like my biggest like thing, my biggest criticism of UNC in regards to the poly relationship is just like I don't really care about if people are in polyamorous relationships. If they can make it work, it's whatever. Um, it doesn't affect my life anyway. Um, but it's also just like having a poly relationship between you, um, the chick that Seer was dating at the time, and Mina, the one he had immediately before you in regards to girlfriends. Um, and it's just like that spelled disaster to
It
me.
did entirely. I have no idea what I was thinking really.
Yeah,
But yeah, I can't even say it. Yeah.
yeah, because it's just like it just comes off as one big like mistake or something
It
that
was
was just like I don't know.
I have no idea why I thought flying someone else's ex out would be a dope idea, but I really just had good intentions and I related to her and I thought, like, I mean, this is a girl that's here liked, so her and I probably have some stuff in common. And it turned out we had a lot of stuff in common, you know. I didn't copy her look. We were on a similar like vibe. Like there's a lot of stuff that she like wears that I picked out for her, you know. Everything
Yeah,
is just doesn't over the top.
yeah, and it's just like it's funny because like some of the in regards to the copying, I think some of the vlogs Edwin legitimately took down because he had footage of you and Mina wearing the same outfit in some of them. Uh,
Yeah.
because
Not like
sometimes you
she
guys
added
dressed
enough
alike.
of it.
Come
Yeah.
again?
It's not like he acts like I like just bought every piece of clothing she owned and like before anything like it's not just not true. We bought a lot of stuff together. We like the same thing. We had like a it's like following trends, you know, like we liked a certain type of style and
Yeah,
um it just like it is what it is. There was like a part like a one like I think I told you this in the DMs. There were like two times where I did actually completely copy her to fuck with Edwin because I was so pissed. And because I loved to see how he was just like getting so mad over this on his Twitter. He would like say that Dasha in her Mina cosplay, and it was literally just 2 times where I did it just to set him off. I was fucking
Yeah.
trolling him. But other than that, I never copied her. We both just liked the same things.
Yeah. So this is just a question I'm thinking off the top of my head. Since you said that you guys went shopping together, did she, uh, since you said that you bought things together, did she spend her own money, or did you buy? Did you pay for everything, or
No, she had like she would get money like from her sugar daddies that she would spend.
okay,
I think. Yeah,
from
I
someone?
maybe I bought her stuff like like twice.
Okay, because like the implication of Edwin or Mina saying or whoever saying that you like I don't know you had like similar senses of fashion or you went shopping together or stuff like that. It can come off like depending on how they would how you could say it. It would come off like you would pay for things for her or something like that. Um, so I just wanted to establish that because I it's just like it makes more sense that Mina would spend her own money.
Yeah.
So okay, now I guess we're getting into the really juicy shit, uh,
Uh-oh.
quote unquote. Uh, so it has to do with Mina and Edwin's, I guess, relationship forming. I was just like, so what was the deal with Mina and Edwin hanging out and hooking up behind your guy's back? Because I remember Sear saying that someone at the coffee shop saw them making out at some point
Oh yeah. I know. I remember
and
that
stuff like
Simon
that.
I
Yeah,
saw them kissing, and then Edwin's exact words were, "What? We victims got to stick together." Sometimes, like we find, and it's not even like go like do you like. It's not that we didn't have anything against them dating. It's just like for you as his supposedly best friend, why are you going after Sears ex? And while you live with him, while you live like while Sears paying your rent, but he's
yeah,
always like gone after Sears ex girlfriend. It's not the first time. Just stupid.
yeah. And it's like probably probably the biggest criticism I have is of Mina back then. And I think you had it. I think you said the same thing at some point, or Sear did, or maybe both of you. In one of your live streams or something is just like if Mina was more interested in Edwin than you guys and wanted to have a relationship with him instead, she should have just told you guys and you guys could have come to an
Yes.
understanding about stuff. Because the poly
Yes.
relationship seemed experimental to some degree.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
just
know.
be honest, you know. But that's a little much to ask, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of people, unfortunately, a lot of people like Mina in regards to like mindsets or just like I don't know. They don't think of like how to handle things like adults or just in a more mature way
Yes.
or to at least
I mean,
even
that's
if
why
there's
she
gonna
let Edwin white knight her, you know?
yeah because it's just like even if there would be like some tears or some disappointment or something I felt it would have been better for her to just say yeah I'm sorry guys we tried it I'm not feeling this relationship like I thought I would but I do have feelings for Edwin if you guys are okay with that or something like that.
Yes, but they
However
just
she
did
would
it
word it.
behind her back.
Yeah, and it's just fun. It's weird because unless if he did it in a live stream or something, I have never seen Edwin like deny any claims that he and Mina were hooking up behind your guys'
No, I
back.
did actually. He was like, I mean, they both said that they never cheated. They started like dating way after, which is obviously complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's really stupid, and I don't know. It's just like you're the thing that they will admit to was hanging out behind your guys' back, but it's just like why would you guys be hanging out behind Sierra and Dasha's backs if there wasn't something going on here?
Also, she acts like we forced her to sleep in our bed. We just thought it's weird that, like, you don't have to sleep in our bed, but it's just weird that you want to sleep in Edwin's bed. Like, why do you even want that? You can go ahead by all means, but why do you want that? That's super weird. Do you not see how that might look, I don't know, strange to anyone? Like, you don't have to
Yeah,
date. You still think it's weird to sleep in your ex-boyfriend's roommate's, but like, just go home, fly home.
yeah, because it's just like
Please, that's all. I kept
you,
asking her, like, let's go home.
yeah, and it's just like you only flew her out for what was supposed to be like 2 weeks, and
Hmm.
for a 2 week like stay, and it's like she could have easily just went home after that, and it's just I don't know, it's just
Yes.
if she was unhappy, she could have easily just went home like after that 2 weeks on her return ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, um, so how did Edwin's leaving come about? Because I know he said stuff about like you being mad at him and telling Sierra about stuff and discussing things with Sierra, I
Well,
guess, and
so here
whatnot.
the full thing is, it came because like I deleted Mina's Instagram, correct?
Yeah,
It, it was because one night I found out that she was having all these fake accounts, and it wasn't. I didn't like go through her phone. She genuinely left it open with that app, and I looked at it while I was putting my makeup on because the phone was like right on a sink. I was like, hold on, I know these accounts. They've like commented weird shit under Sears. Like they would comment stuff like, "Sears such a fuck boy. Is this who he cheated on Mina with?" And their relationship wasn't even like public. She was like, there shouldn't have all those accounts that commented that were like Mina and Sears ship accounts. Like they weren't a public couple, and they're all like all these accounts talk the same way. And eventually
yeah,
he accused those of being mine, which is insane. Why would I have accounts that ship Mina and Sear before I even that posted pictures of her and Sear before I even like knew him? But I overreacted. I just felt I still remember the anxiety induced panic attack I had when I saw them. And I know it's not even like that crazy, but it's at least like it was like 8 account, or I mean you have to picture. It's a bunch of those accounts.
yeah,
And I felt like I had like a psycho was sleeping next. Like you're making fucking edits of my boyfriend and you still while him and I were together because you hope he sees them and be like, "Oh damn, the fans really missed them together, I guess." Or some shit like that, you know? Like if you take out like Esmeralda Lestrange or Vanessa X Vildred or some of those accounts, like if you really looked into it, you would know those are her. So I deleted her Instagram. I don't know how I justified that. It was not okay. And I did apologize for that. I just genuinely thought there was a psycho next to me. And the same night, we sat down right by my bed and I just showed her the picture I took of her phone with the app open. And I didn't say I still remember it so well. She had her wine in her hand. I sat there. I was like, "What are those?" And she immediately started crying. And she was like, "Well, I don't, yeah, okay. Like, I guess I see what you were doing, but that's so weird. You look insane." And I'm no stranger to looking insane, but
yeah,
that is just she's like, "I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have done that, it's so weird." And I was like, "Yeah, I shouldn't have deleted your Instagram either, it was so stupid." But it wasn't like I'm not she wasn't like, I mean, she did photo shoots, but she wasn't like a signed model that like her Instagram wasn't her source of income. She would like go on sugar daddy dates for money. She like didn't have like a normal job, you know. It wasn't
yeah,
like I deleted her greatest source of income, which, like, again, I shouldn't have done it. It was a bad decision either way. But and she forgave me. She was like, "Oh, it's cool." And then suddenly later, it was like, "Mina's gonna sleep in my bed tonight because she's scared of you." What are you scared of? That I delete the Instagram of your fake accounts too? Come on,
uh,
you're scared?
uh,
Go home. Go home.
the like it that just genuinely just comes off like
She just took
gaslighting or
advantage of
some
the
type of
fact that
manipulation.
Edwin always loved being someone's hero, right?
Yeah.
a voice for the mistreated, if you will.
Yep.
Um, and it just was so like he bloomed in the like he fucking it was his fucking moment of like his time to shine. A girl needed him. He could be Poppy, you know, like he. It was just he wanted to help her so because obviously he was attracted to her. So like it doesn't matter why I did something. Doing such an innocent girl wrong is terrible. Like you couldn't do it. And she still like denies the fake account stuff, but there was a FaceTime call while they were already gone and had made videos about us where Vincent brought up, I was like, what about Mina's accounts and stuff? And then Mina can't talk right now. She's crying. Like she starts crying every time she gets outed for something. And then he just takes over and makes sure nobody hurts her poor feelings, you know?
Yeah. Uh, so then, the stuff like Edwin deciding to leave
Yes.
is what I was mainly asking. Um, in regards to him ultimately leaving, because it was the stuff where Sear told him to pack up his things and get out. Then there was like, by what Edwin says, like it seems like a day or a few days or something like that where everything seemed okay, but then he ended up leaving anyways because
Yeah.
things just went worse or something like that.
Yeah. I told like Sears, the whole thing with Sears Brothers and like I can't actually remember what it was, but it wasn't just us wanting him out. We wanted him out because it was just weird. He wasn't like kicked out like that. He just like needed to leave, you know? Like, I mean, there was like it wasn't like he was being put like on the streets in a spot. Vincent gave him like a month or so, and then Edwin left on his own account. We just told him, hey, we want you to leave, like move out, you know?
Yeah.
At one point, Vince and I were gonna live alone anyway because we were like a couple. Like, what are we gonna be 40 and have like in our guest house is gonna Edwin making
Yeah.
vlogs?
Yeah. Making vlogs and whatever else he wanted to make that was not that good. Um,
Period.
yeah, and I think that was probably nicer than Sear really owed Edwin to do because
Very true.
um, I do remember, and Edwin did admit to this, is that his name wasn't on the lease to the apartment.
What's that?
Um, I just remember Edwin admitting to this that his name wasn't on the lease to the apartment.
Yeah.
It was
We could
Sear
have
and his
kicked you out
brother.
of any consequences because you're not on lease.
Oh yeah.
But did
Um,
that.
Legally, you guys had no reason to give him a month, honestly.
Exactly. Nice.
Um, yeah, but you gave him time, so at the very least, I don't know. Because I know legally, if someone's on a lease for an apartment, you have to give them a 30-day notice to get out if they're a co-signer, I guess. Um,
Yes.
what else
Yeah,
was I gonna
well,
say? Yeah,
no lease. No lease boy.
yeah, and yeah, I think earlier you said stuff about Edwin like not paying rent and stuff like that.
Yeah, he couldn't
I
afford it,
was
so Vincent spotted him because again he wanted him to succeed.
Yeah, I I assume this might be correct, but I don't know. Edwin said he paid, or Sear said that Edwin paid the security deposit, but I
He
guess that
did.
was it.
No, I think so, yeah.
Um, and then I guess since you mentioned furniture, Edwin at some point probably paid for that.
I
Um,
mean his own like his bed and his desk and that's it.
right.
He didn't pay for any of like our like living room furniture.
Yeah.
The only
This.
thing of his that was in the living room was his displayed psychology degree. I'm not even joking.
Yeah. Which, because of and I said this to you in DMs weeks ago. I think when I finally read through that, it was a bachelor's degree, which is because Sear said it was like a 4-year degree or something like that, or it was
Yeah.
maybe he said it was a bachelor's degree, and I looked up how many years that is. It's just 4 years. And then I was told by one of Edwin's ex mods that at some point in his server in a voice chat, he said that he didn't finish his degree. I assume that means go higher in regards to uh, the the degree that he had. Um, it's just ultimately funny that he wanted to get a degree in psychology, but I guess he didn't want to finish going through with that.
I don't really like know too much about any of his psychology shit. It's just like he talked about it so much, just always like constantly like this is why I'm right about this because I have a degree in this. You know, it makes me low-key think it was fake.
Yeah. Um,
I'm sure he I mean, what was he doing? What was he really doing with his degree? It was like aging like fine wine in the Postmates bag in the back of your Mini Cooper.
yeah.
It wasn't like doing
It's
anything with it.
and the fact that he would just it doesn't surprise me at all that he would do this because
He
it's
wanted to
the
be a
kind of
YouTuber so bad that like Vincent really wanted to go Amish. I mean, I know you know this.
yeah. And it's just like it doesn't surprise me at all that Edwin would like you said earlier, micromanage everything and then um point out his psychology degree as the reason why Sears should listen to him on things.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
he he's one of those guys that genuinely or just people that genuinely thinks that because he took all these classes and got this degree, he knows everything. It's just like and he although he acts like someone who just took their first psychology class.
Or he just like watched videos on of about psychology on YouTube.
Yeah, because it's funny because when I did the one psychology course I took in college, it's like it is really cool when you start studying that kind of stuff and you figure out how the world works and people work more. But yeah, it's just really really dumb how he thought that that made him like the arbiter of everything.
Yeah.
Play God.
Like even I have like I talked about who did I talk about this yesterday too? Oh yeah, my friend yesterday told me that like he has like that his friend went on a date with this girl that like managed to get her boyfriend. She lives with her ex-boyfriend in her ex-boyfriend's house and makes him sleep in a guest room. She like somehow convinced him that she's like the owner of the house and she's a therapist. Just because you got a degree in something and do something doesn't mean you're fucking I can be a graphic designer, make the worst fucking fonts in the world or something or worst ads in the world, you know? Doesn't mean you're good
Yeah.
at it just because you studied it.
Yep. You actually have to enter that as a profession and get better at it and just apply your knowledge and everything.
Yeah.
But the YouTuber thing is definitely true because like when I was like a few years ago looking back on like Edwin's like older content, he's always been like that, or at least for the longest time he was. Because years ago when he was just doing skits, he was like copying larger
He's
YouTubers
not.
who were making it
Yes.
big, and even for the last like 6 years that he's been doing commentary content, it's the same shit. Like when he became a commentary and drama YouTuber, like his videos remind me of just like someone like Grade A Under A when he became a drama YouTuber, and then when he started just doing live streams all the time, he basically was just doing Augie's shtick. So I'm just he has no original thoughts to himself in regards to content.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So I had a question about the phones. or the phone in the bathroom, but you already answered it. Um, oh yeah, and I was gonna bring up how like in the second hour long video Edwin did, um, I don't know, I don't know when these like uh, accusations evolved, but the first video he and Mina only said that you deleted Mina's Instagram, and I believe it was just the once. Um, but in the next hour long video, he upped it to uh, it kind of gets confusing, but there's a few different accusations at once. He upped it to deleting Mina's Instagram 3 times.
Yeah, I always thought that was so dumb. I
Yeah,
didn't. It
and
was
yeah,
just once.
yeah, and then deleting some of her Instagram posts, I guess.
No,
Um,
no, she fucking did. She just said so much shit, and everyone. I mean, because I did admit to the Instagram thing, she just thought, "Oh, I can say this and this, and they will believe me." Because if she did that, she surely must have deleted all the pictures too. I
yeah,
didn't. Like, shut the fuck up.
yeah, because and it's funny, like the quote unquote receipts that they show, were tweets that Mina had made at the time about posts randomly being deleted on Instagram, um, if they even were. Uh, and I don't know how, like, it's really funny when you binge Edwin's videos and you can see all these discrepancies between them. But it's just like I really can't believe like they would like just um make the accusations worse. It's just like stick to the first story and keep it simple. That way you won't be caught in lies.
Right.
Well, that easily at least.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and then there's also right. I remember Edwin saying because of the fact that the phones you told me they were both iPhones. Um,
Hers and mine, yeah. But
yeah,
I always had white phones, and hers was black.
yeah. I One of the other accusations that I have no idea why he made this is that if you had 2 phones at the time.
What is the point of that? What was the context of?
I think it was to throw like suspicion off of I really don't honestly understand the point of it. I
No,
think it was
I think
hmm?
what he said was like we had the same phone case, and therefore those are my fake accounts and not Mina's. Is that what you're referring to?
uh I think that has partly to do with it. He just straight up at one point in the second hour long video says that like you had 2 phones back back in 2016.
I'm sure I had
Um
three phones. I always kept my old iPhones, but I didn't use them. They were always like in the closet.
yeah.
I wasn't walking around with two working phones. I just have
Yeah.
old I kept.
Yeah, my assumption is that that was to like throw suspicion off of the phone or yeah, the phone in the picture that I guess you might have been sharing around at the time of the fake fan accounts
Yes.
being Mina's. I'm just like, whoa, bro.
I'm gonna need people seriously look at those accounts.
Yeah, because it's just I'm just like, where does this accusation of Dasha having 2 phones back then come from? Because it wasn't in the original video, it wasn't in any of your other ones.
It always gets worse with every video that they posted. There's something new. Like, why wasn't all of this in the first hour or 2 hour long video, you know?
Yeah, because it's like, and on top of that, if you have these certain um these certain receipts of things happening, why weren't they in the original video?
Yes.
Um, which was already pretty devoid of them, minus some things like text that Edwin had with Sear and tweets and other things that he threw in there. And the escalation of accusations is what I'm getting at here, because it's just like if you binge these videos, they make no sense, especially if you binge them in chronological order. Like, there are things in them that make no sense. Continuity errors in the storytelling.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Um, but I'm just like, why would Dasha have two phones back then that she was, I guess, actively using was what he was trying to get at? I
I yeah, I have no idea.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, so I had a question that was partly about the deleting it 3 times and deleting her posts. Then also, Edwin made accusations about trying to log into Mina's Instagram accounts, and he said that you tried to do that with him and Sears accounts as well.
What why would I do wait,
I
I tried to look at yours and Edwin's?
Yeah, he literally he phrased it as this basically. Oh, I may be paraphrasing. Um, that he showed, I guess, a screenshot that Mina took of her phone where she got like passcodes for her Instagram to log into it on her phone, and they used that to say that you were the one trying to, like, you had memorized, like, I think her login for her, like her email and her password for her Instagram, and you had been trying, or you had logged in on her Instagram, but then she suspected something and changed her password, and then that stopped, and then the like text messages for like passcodes and shit like that came in.
I'm can you
I
repeat? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost.
I I am as well. Basically they accused you of memorizing Mina's login for her Instagram at
I
some
can't even
point.
remember what I did 3 days ago. But why don't you like what if I
Yeah.
did why like if that were to be the truth, why didn't you change your passwords?
Yeah. I
Or
mean,
like
she Mina said that she then saw something was suspicious, I guess because of deleted posts, and she changed her password, and then the problem went away.
I don't know. I only ever the one night I saw her accounts, that's when I deleted her Instagram. I never deleted her post. I definitely didn't delete her Instagram 3 times. It was just once. It's
Yeah.
just they're trying to get as worse as they can.
Oh yeah. But in regards to the other thing with Edwin and Sears accounts, Edwin literally just chimed in and, or maybe he was telling the whole thing. And after they said the stuff about Mina's Instagram, he literally said she did it to me and Sear too. I'm like, what?
No, I didn't. And I have no idea what she's talking about either. That's
Yeah.
so dumb.
I'm just like, these accusations keep getting crazier, and I don't know how people believe
Yep.
them without questioning him on them. Because I'm just like, bro, you gotta make these things sound more believable, and or you gotta actually show receipts that add up. Because all they showed was a text message that, yeah, all they showed was like a text that, or a bunch of texts that Mina got for passcodes to log into her Instagram, and then a tweet where she complained about stuff deleting, or stuff getting deleted on her Instagram.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I don't know what else to say. I
Yeah, I'm
mean,
just
they said you can believe me or you can't believe. I mean, no, you believe me, but like
the people who
people
will
don't have
eventually
to. They
listen
don't.
to this.
Yes, you don't have to. I mean, I didn't. I'm impulsive. I'm not malicious. I mean, I'm thankfully I've gotten a lot better about it, but everything I did was impulsively and not like I'm so jealous of me. I wasn't trying to like fucking mentally torture her or anything like at all. I did it once and I didn't constantly delete her shit. Never.
Yeah,
Just
it's it's just really dumb to me because it's just like, and I've been saying this to people for years. Rewatch Edwin's videos with a critical eye and try to come in from a not biased or from a non-biased perspective or unbiased, and really pay attention to what he's saying and what he puts into the videos or doesn't put
it's,
in,
yes, yeah.
because it's just like these accusations are both crazy and serious to some extent.
They are very serious.
You
A
can't
lot of them
just
are.
Yeah, you can't just say these things and expect people to go along with them, which there are people who do, but like I'm hoping more people will question him on them now that
Yes.
shit's happened. Oh yeah, and then
Hopefully, yeah.
yeah, then there was just a really stupid accusation that I don't understand that they just threw in, I guess, that you had deleted Mina's Vine, which you can see
No,
how
come
you can see how
on.
long ago this shit was just based on
Fine.
that.
What else? Oh, God.
I'm
What
just
else did I? What else did I delete? Her Uber Eats,
I don't
her
as far as
Postmates
I
account.
as far as I know, they didn't.
The ex mod told me that like Mina would specifically reach out to her to say, "Hey, look, Dasha just collaborated with this brand. Can you guys reach out and make sure they don't collaborate with her anymore?"
Yeah.
Like literally had their mods reaching out to brands I worked with.
Yeah, it's it's honestly just really really dumb. I I don't I don't understand like why they thought they could get. I don't understand how Edwin thought that was smart, let alone how he could get away with that. But he had grown his community off of people hating you and Seer, so he
Yep.
didn't expect people to question it. Um,
That's-
okay, so I yeah, I just had to throw that in because I'm just binging these videos and I'm just like, where what? Just to wrap that up. Uh, okay, so I had a question about what was up with the accusations that you copied Mina's style?
I thought I mentioned
Yeah,
it's just like
yeah, you
we
copied,
dress.
or you did say it before. It's like just similar fashion senses and
We
everything.
were into the same things, and like every my style isn't the same anymore and her style isn't either, I think, right? Like we all
I
evolve.
think so.
Like everyone's style changes every now and then, but we like the same things. We would go to stores and I would like find clothes for her that she like would still wear in pictures.
Yeah,
um it's just so ridiculous because it dyed my hair dark, I think.
yeah. You both had black hair. It was also
No, because he was
uh,
so adamant. This was so oftentimes I think that Edwin was just like he just loved bringing the copy Mina thing up. Like he
yeah,
just loved doing that so much, as if that is a serious crime I'm committing if I like actually did that. But like I didn't copy her. The only time, two times that I did was because of how mad it made Edwin, and I knew I would get a little like post. He would post my pictures on his Twitter and be like, "I cannot believe Dasha is committing another crime again."
yeah. You were trolling him
I
basically.
was trolling him, yes.
Yeah, and it's funny. Like I was gonna bring this up a bit ago when we were talking about this a little bit, but I just remembered the like screenshots that he put in the first video where the first hour long video where if you specifically watch the editing of it, the pictures are not up for that long, but 5 sets of pictures where apparently you had copied Mina's style. The first 3 sets don't add up whatsoever because they only have like one or two things in common, and then the other two,
Yeah, those pictures are so
uh,
funny.
yeah,
How do people not see it? I have like blonde hair, but it's like the angle. I think that he. I wish we could show that somehow.
I
The pictures with.
I'm going to like edit in stuff for visuals when I'm in editing for this.
Okay, okay.
So it'll be on screen when we're talking during this part where we're talking about it,
Yeah,
and then other stuff.
some of them are just literally not even. There's not even a single thing that looks the same.
Yeah. Um. It like the first 3 sets don't have much in common. The last two do, but I. It's funny because like they straight up just pulled the first 3 sets off of your and Mina's Instagrams, to which also the dates don't add up for 2 of the sets because um, I think the first and third sets the dates are like half a year or so off. Like
Yeah. Yes.
it's and then the other set is like probably a week or two, but even then, the pictures aren't anywhere that similar.
Yeah.
Um, and then I don't know, the other two sets are the only things that they can actually say are anywhere similar. There could be any number of reasons why, like, you guys were wearing the same stuff.
Yeah.
Because I remember, didn't you tell me that like Edwin pulled a picture of you off of Sears vlogging camera?
Yeah, because he wanted to like prove how badly I edit my pictures. Like I used to, but like what fucking crime is that? Like who
Yeah,
cares? You still took a picture that I picture I never posted and posted it online just to prove that I edit my pictures. Shut the fuck up. People edit pictures of coffee. Let's sit down.
yeah. Which, speaking of like edited pictures, getting to a lot of those accusations, where Mina accused you of sending yourself. It's weird because they say like you airdropped them or somehow sent yourself the outtake pictures from Mina's camera roll, and then
Oh yeah, right. She said I took pictures from her phone. I forgot about that. That how for how do you did they prove? I mean, I guess there wouldn't be any proof that you could provide, or could you? But I
I
didn't.
yeah, I would think maybe they used airdrops specifically because I don't use airdrops, so I don't know if there would be anything left
What
behind
pictures
from
is she
that.
talking about? The
Basically,
nudes?
I um I don't think that was necessarily for the nudes. It was like the alternate versions of pictures she would post on Instagram, that were then photoshopped to make
So
Mina look
they definitely
skinnier.
haven't been on the internet before, just like her nude hasn't been posted before, correct?
Uh,
Like, how are you gonna just pull that shit on me? I mean, I
yeah,
know how you are gonna pull that shit on me, but
yeah. I don't really know. It's like it's really fucking stupid. Um,
I didn't airdrop myself. I didn't take pictures from anyone's phone. That's like really psycho. I think
yeah,
I'm not saying like I already said, and I've taken accountability for it for deleting her Instagram. However,
yeah,
I'm not gonna admit to something that I didn't do.
yeah. And it's that thing of the escalation again of the accusations, because like now that they've established you and you admitted to it that you deleted Mina's Instagram and whatever, and you looked crazy in your live streams, that clearly you're crazy enough to do that shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
for sure. That's all it is.
yeah. Um, I wouldn't know if you heard about this, but the he accused you of being someone named Fawnie on some forum that posted the photoshops of Mina. I don't.
What forum? Do you
I
know?
don't. I don't
Do you
know.
have
He
any?
doesn't. He doesn't name it, and the screenshots don't have the name of like the URL of the site in them.
I know. I the only. I mean, if it's Lolcow, there was a time where, and I've admitted this, where I've posted because I kind of resorted to this, and that was like really stupid. I should have not done it, but I did. I didn't make 100 and something posts like he said I did. Um.
Yeah. Well, it's not
Uh.
just him that said it. It was the admins of Lolcow that accused you of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that these people are extremely a reliable source because it do be a gossip forum, right? They wouldn't want anything. They would keep it to the facts and wouldn't have a bias, correct? How stupid are
Yeah.
people?
I don't know. Um, it's really fucking stupid. I don't know. In regards to um Lolcow, I guess I'll come back to the question that's in between that one.
They didn't post
I'm just
anyone's like
like,
pictures.
yeah. I'm just like, one of the questions I had, were the Lolcow posts yours? Because it's just like, I've seen the collection of Lolcow posts that they say are you, um, to which,
No, no, some of them were, and it was somewhere like was really mean about Mina, and it was not correct. And I do feel really nah. I don't really feel that bad anymore because like at one point you have to forgive yourself whether others you have to move on at one point, right?
yeah,
So, but um, it was what I was so fucking mentally ill at that point because they were bashing me every week. That was the only way like felt like I could defend myself, even if it was really fucking petty and stupid. Because like
Yeah.
everything, it was really stupid, and I shouldn't have posted in that forum. But
Yeah. And like,
I haven't.
yeah. One of the main reasons I wanted to ask about the Lolcow posts, at least the ones that they say are yours, is because whoever it was posted a picture of Mina's passport after people were
Yeah,
like, or they started like questioning Mina's real
I
name.
I did. So the thing is, I should have not. I had this. What I mean, I think you might have. You're gonna bring this up. There was this WhatsApp group chat that I had with people,
Yeah,
where we were like just talk about. It was some like a way of for me to like cope with it, even if it wasn't like the right way of doing it. I
venting and
sent the
stuff like that.
passport pic in. I sent the passport pic in there, and I believe it was one
One of
of
those
the people I
people.
was talking to.
Yeah, which just like the yeah, a lot of the people in those
I should have never posted it though in the group chat. I
yeah,
shouldn't have. It wasn't right. I don't know what even kind of like this it was. I don't know why I was doing it. I was just, I had lost like all my power. Like, just felt so defeated, and I wanted to hurt her at any like cost because of how badly she lied about everything. Like, they didn't admit to one thing, even though, because I thought in the beginning, I thought if I admit to my wrongdoings, they were going to, but they never did. Not even once.
yeah, is you can't win with people like them,
Yeah.
especially
Yep.
when it's over like private drama that no one else was able to see and give their account on. It's literally he said, she said, or and uh and whatever. It's it's hard to prove one way or another, especially when you don't. Although you have more receipts than they do in regards to some things, but yeah,
Yeah.
um, yeah. So just to sum that up in regards to the lolcow posts, so people understand, the ones that they say were you were not you.
Yeah. What? Sorry.
The
Repeat that real quick.
the lolcow posts, the ones that
Some
they
of them
say
were,
were
but
you
not all.
weren't, or
Some of
some of
them,
them
but
were.
not all of them.
Okay, because the way that they say is that they matched all the IPs, the IP addresses for those posts. Um, I don't know. I don't know much that technical stuff, but if only some of them were yours, and you weren't the one to post Mina's passport photo, but someone else was who
Yes.
uh, unfortunately got it from you from the
Yes. No.
WhatsApp
So it's
chats.
still my fault at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I,
the most you can say is you weren't the one who posted it to Lolcow, but you were unfortunately
how did
responsible
he
for it
even?
getting out.
How did he prove that it was supposedly me? Oh, because the owners of the site confirmed it. I mean, I guess
Basically,
that's it, right? That's your confirmation right there. And
yeah.
did he? What? How did they? What? How has this like? Has he provided? He just said the owners told me. Guess what, Edwin? Someone told me you're gay. I guess that's proof enough.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that has been proven true for Edwin. Yeah. So, uh, still relating to like Photoshop or not Photoshops, but like leaking pictures. Just to cover this base, you never released revenge porn of Mina, right?
Nope. Nope.
It's because
I
like
he
we,
posted links to those photos. Do you remember? And then she delete. They actually did talk about this. She was like, "Oh, I didn't want those photos up anymore." No, what you guys said, these pictures have never been posted online before, and then went as far as to say, "I have an entire folder of Mina pictures on my laptop." When that's
yeah,
exactly how I posted the picture online, and then how many hours later tweeted Like this was back in 2015 or whenever she fucking posted that nude, and then tweeted hours after tweeting the nudes, "Oops, I just leaked my own nudes." Do you remember
Yeah.
seeing that?
Yeah. I know. I believe DD put those in one of his videos, and I believe I do have screenshots of some of this stuff saved somewhere. I'll put it in the video if I can find them. But it's like I I really I really just don't understand why accuse you of revenge porn. It's like you got they got you
I
on
see. I
the
really
Instagram stuff.
understand.
Couldn't that be enough?
I think what she did, like, she obviously knew that she posted those pictures. The thing is just like, did she tell Edwin that? And did they just say that, like, hey, this is what we're gonna do? Or did he just like believe her? Did she tell him, hey, we should do this? Or was she like, oh my God, Edwin, I never posted these pictures before. I cannot believe that Dasha hacked my phone, or whatever the fuck she said,
Yeah.
posted pictures of me that have never, ever, ever been online before. The fuck up.
Yeah.
So, be
And it's
so fucking for real right now.
yeah. I I remember that like section of one of his videos where he showed it to the camera like the picture of like the folder of
Yeah, so
nudes,
fucking
but
stupid. That's literally how she posted it. And I
yeah.
think the way, can you, while we talk about this, you can probably just show, because even though she now deleted that tweet for good, there's still someone who made a video about this. There's still like a screen cap or a screenshot of how she posted on Twitter. Maybe we can put that in there so it makes more sense
Yeah,
of
I'll
like
see
obviously
about that.
censored. She
It
basically, yeah, it was a picture she took, I think, or I think so. It was a photo shoot pictures of her, and it looks like the photographer just sent it to her, like sent her a picture of him like putting the pictures from the shoot on his computer, I think. But that wasn't even an option to it. It was just like, I have a folder of Mina pics.
yeah.
That's me.
The
I also have a folder of Edwin pics. It's in my favorite camera roll.
yeah. And it's funny in regards to that clip. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing it in the video that it was a part of, but now that part just got deleted, and Edwin hasn't addressed that whatsoever.
Isn't it crazy how he just thinks he can delete something? Oh yeah, let me accuse
Yeah.
this person of revenge porn real quick, and then never address that I made a huge mistake, because that's how you're so fucking biased, and he's so, and I hate that then people like Ready to Glare made a video as if all Edwin said was facts. Like, she just covered everything he said as if everything he said it's facts. Like, there's the truth, and then there's your own personal experiences, and you have to remember that that your personal experience is like just often not true from like what actually went down, you know,
Yeah.
because every personal bias.
Yeah.
That's why you real evidence, that's why people can't just be in court saying like, well, this is what like this happened, and not like provide any fucking, you need to rely on evidence to just saying.
Yeah. It's uh, I just don't I just don't understand it. I also want to say I think Beanspill might have put the clip of that in their
Hey,
video.
I'm being spilled. So good every time there was someone, it's Dasha. I hate how I became the one with the fake accounts when it was Mina.
Yeah.
They fucking patted their own backs when they realized they could fool everyone into thinking then everything against Mina and Edwin is my personal account. Go outside, fucking touch some grass. Not everyone constantly lives online.
Yeah. Although Edwin does
Chronically online.
terminally. Terminally
Terminally.
online. Yeah, that's like it's just
Remember when
like
he was like, he has this one picture of himself in like Santa lingerie. Do you remember it?
I don't think I've seen that
He made
one.
a whole. He made in his video. He was like, "Why do you have this?" Because when I used to talk to this girl that eventually ratted me out to Mina, I would always send her like, "Here's a picture of Edwin. for like brighten your day, which was so obviously a troll. Like, do you have no sense of humor? It's like, why do you have this picture of me in underwear? Because you're ridiculous looking. My brother in Christ. Some
uh,
things are just a joke, and he's just doesn't get it.
yeah. When it's in text form, it's easy to mistake some things, but most of the time you have to give people the benefit of the doubt or try to think of something a different way. It's just
Yeah.
like
Yes.
I even have that
Or
problem at
when
times
they
to where
accused me, when they said that I got his like how bad it was that I asked my friends to report his video. Wouldn't you want to take someone's videos down if they're very much fucking inaccurate? I'm sorry,
yeah,
can you blame me for that? I mean, I'm sure Edwin can blame me for it, but it kind of makes sense why I would want to try my best to get those videos down
yeah,
because they're inaccurate and that don't represent me as the person that I am.
yeah. So stupid. Um, I know there was a question that came to my mind. I can't remember. Like it left as quickly as it
Me
came.
all day.
What was
I
like
feel it.
what was the thing that you had just what was the topic of what you had just said? I can't. Uh,
Well, oh, I mean, which one? We
the
just talked
what's
about
I think was it about? I can't remember. I think it was about the WhatsApp stuff, but I can't remember honestly.
oh yeah, yeah, that girl Loretta that we confronting our hater video. That girl that which is like also a girl. This is so crazy. Like there's so much Mina lore. Like Mina used to be, and this is all deleted now, but Mina used to be a huge Johnny Depp fan. She had like if you would scroll back, and I spent a lot of shit scrolling back on this bitch's Twitter. I'm sorry. But because like I had to find evidence that she posted her nudes and stuff. She was a major Johnny Depp fan, and she would go to Johnny Depp like red carpet premieres with this girl. They would like both like and then like the fake accounts that posted Mina and Sear edits were always like posting Johnny Depp and Winona Ryder. Like I think she like low key thought that that they were like that, like her and Sear. Because like people do compare him to like Sear sometimes, but like that girl is like they were just both like fans. They would like watch these like YouTubers together, you know. There was always like Mina was like obsessed with iDubbbz too, you know?
Oh yeah,
The
I
girl is not.
remember. I
Yeah.
remember like
Should
first
reply to his
I
tweets too.
first I remember Edwin bringing up the iDubbbz, her wanting that you I guess you guys saying that she wanted to hook up with iDubbbz,
She
and
denied it for
then
sure, right?
I yeah I'm pretty sure they both did,
I wish he still had
and
the text messages, but you know how it is when sometimes you delete a complete like all the text messages because you just don't want to have it in your phone anymore. It was
yeah
really early when Vincent got this like he had broken Vincent and I had just started seeing each other. And then Mina texted him when she was on her petty shit. She was like, "Hey, do you know if iDubbbz is seeing anyone?" As if he's like, um, just like first of all, you're just no offense, just some girl. Like, why do you think you can get with all of these YouTubers? Even if he's single, why do you think you're the chosen one to get who gets to date him, right?
yep
Just sending him that, and then Sierra replied to her back then, like, I don't know, and why would you ask me this? Like, we're broken. Are you trying to make me jealous? It's not working, and it's in reality actually kind of pathetic that you're asking me this.
yeah uh, yeah I remember I think it was I assume it was you who gave it to Deity. I just remember the text conversations from one of Mina's friends. I think it was about iDubbbz.
Yes, that's the same girl that sent me the Twitter DMs of when Mina like faked her apology to me that eventually got her flown out to LA. Same girl.
Yeah,
They used to be fan like she used to be like just she's literally just fan that wanted to date Vince. She was like obsessed with Joji too, like when he was still doing what is it, Filthy Frank. She just
yeah,
wanted to be a part of that really bad. That's why she made her own fucking fan edits.
Yeah. I was gonna say this earlier as well in regards to the her like the fake Instagram accounts and the edits. I just remember Edwin saying that Mina doesn't have the best editing skills.
Yeah, shut the
And
fuck up. That is not
yeah.
doesn't prove anything. I can say that.
I it's like I personally don't have the best editing skills either. I still make like
This is like saying
thumbnails for my
this is
YouTube videos and shit like that.
that's what I'm saying. This is like accusing me of like you. I have like sort of evidence that like someone has evidence that I painted a wall, like put graffiti on a wall, and I said, "Hey guys, that couldn't have possibly been me. I can't draw for shit." That doesn't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
She does have editing skills. Come the fuck on. When I even asked her, we were like both tipsy when the fake account stuff came out, and I basically asked her like, what is like, I was like interested. I wanted to understand her, and she was like, you just basically post stuff that's like relatable to like teenagers. And once you compare all those accounts that are on the list, some of them are deleted because unfortunately, when the first time I spoke about her having those accounts was on Curious Cat, so not enough people like saw it. So she had the
Yeah.
time to delete a bunch of those accounts. And the ones that are still up, I'm pretty sure are only up because she must have forgotten the password to go back, like log back into them. But if you look at some of them, like Vanessa Vildred, I know these names by heart, my dude. Some of them, like they all post the same exact thing. It's always like Tumblr aesthetic stuff, and every other post is about Mina. And Mina wasn't like she wasn't like, why are you a fan of Mina? Mina wasn't even like, didn't have a big Instagram following. She wasn't making videos. There was no reason why a random girl would have just like these many fan accounts for herself. You know, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
insult her. It's just like doesn't logically make any sense.
Yeah. Honestly,
So
I
it's just
wouldn't. Yeah.
uh, this app that like I found. It was like like gaining. It was to gain followers. So because Mina had like, before I deleted her Instagram, she had like a lot of fake followers because she like bought them from this app. But in order to be on this app, you have to log into like with an Instagram account, right?
Hmm.
To like follow people and stuff. It's just like, and one of the, I think this is too complicated to explain, but um, it's too complicated. Don't worry about it.
um. Yeah. That's fine. But like, you bring up the Instagram followers. I just remember Edwin said that you had told Mina a trick to getting more followers, and that was to
What's that
make.
trick?
I think it was to make new accounts so you could follow. I guess your main account. I assume it was to like
Do you know how
trick the
many
algorithm
fucking
or
accounts you
something.
have to make?
Yeah.
Do you know how
Well, I
many
mean,
email addresses you would have to do that?
yeah,
Realistically?
yeah. I think it was. I think he was getting at. He didn't say this at all, but I'm pretty sure he was getting at like you use it to like trick the algorithm on Instagram, so
I
that
didn't. I fucking
you're
wish though.
recommended more to more people. I guess is what he was getting at.
How does he even like think he knows this stuff? Like, what's your source other than you making it up? Like, how do you know Instagram works like that? I didn't notice the first time I heard it, but of course, people would believe that. The same, like, I believe he accused me. So ridiculous. He said I like made Mina edit her own pictures, as if this girl didn't have Facetune on her own phone when she arrived in LA. Like,
Yeah.
I edited but it would never like. Could you imagine the type of person that's like, hey, before you upload this picture of yourself on your Instagram, I think you should edit yourself. What kind of asshole would I have to be to do that? I'm impulsive. I make terrible decisions sometimes. Less now than I'm older, but I'm not a fucking straight up asshole like that.
Yeah. Like I.
Nina edited her pictures way before her and I met each other.
Yeah. It's. I think you mentioned it. That accusation really made no sense. Like you and Sear flew out Mina to LA for what was supposed to be a 2 week stay, just to like be friends and hang out and whatever else, and you ended up being bossy to her, telling her
I
to edit
sex
her own
trafficked this
pictures.
girl, so I could. My plan was to kill her and become her. After all of this, after I deleted, I flew her out because I needed to delete her Instagram. How else am I gonna do it?
You wanted to wear like a skin suit.
Edwin would be the person that would like hear this interview and he would crop it so that he could see she's admitting to it.
Yeah, yeah. I very much expect him to react to this on stream, maybe if he comes back. Who knows if he
I
will?
don't care anymore. Like I just
Yeah,
don't. What else are you gonna ruin for me? Let's be. You can't take away my house or my dogs or my friends because really most people, nobody like people know like the people that know me know the type of person that I am. My friends know who I'm at heart, and like I don't care. Like I can buy. I don't have to collaborate with Instagram. Just doesn't matter to me that much anymore. I think it's cringe to constantly post pictures of yourself. That's why I don't really do it anymore. It's honestly so embarrassing. Like
yeah,
I mean, I still do it every now and then, but there's nothing he can ruin for me anymore. If anything, like, react to it. At least we have some people that maybe are willing to hear my story and at least have a little bit of a critical thinking and think, oh, maybe there are some sus things that aren't completely correct. You can believe whatever you want, believe Edwin completely, but at least I hope I can make you look into certain things and think about why they did the stuff they did and like rethink like, oh, some of this stuff doesn't make sense.
yeah. Like it just, yeah. It's just that's just what I'm hoping people do is just like listen to the words we've been saying and just uh like rethink things if they've seen Edwin's videos before or whatever. Um, because I personally think most of Edwin's stands nowadays, they don't go back to watch his videos, or at least not a lot of them do, and they just go off of stuff that they hear from others or from
You
what
couldn't
Edwin
pay
says.
me to watch. You couldn't imagine having to rewatch. What do you think is imagine that's what happens after death if you've been a bad girl. If you've been a bad person, you have to rewatch all of Edwin's videos over and over again.
Ugh, I don't know. It's really, honestly, just I don't want to think about that. To be completely honest,
I don't blame you.
yeah, like I literally like I had to just rewatching his videos on the whole drama with you and Seer. Just that was draining. Like I had to take
That's so
breaks.
bad.
I had to take breaks just because of how bullshit everything sounded.
Dude, I
And
just remember there's a lot of times like companies would send me like I had so much and I still have it. I think I sent it to you or I can resend it. Proof like where I had like I'm sorry, my brain is so scrambled. I just have to bring this up real quick before I forget about it. Where I just posted clothes that companies sent me and then like Mina wore like the same clothes like 3 days later, as well.
yeah,
But people or when I dyed my hair red, people were in my comments, "You're copying Mina." And then I went to like ask my friend, I was like, "Does Mina have the same hair color as me?" And she didn't even completely. I've had like just ginger hair for like 3 years now, and hers was like, he's just like everything. My hair was not the same, and Edwin was going on saying, "Oh, I see, she looks like Mina again." Like now, even it's like sometimes I will wear like I think it was a hat or something. I wore this hat, and I there was a time where I could have seen when I had like dark curly hair, I could have understood more why people were like, "Oh yeah, you're copying Mina." But now, like, there would be stuff like I had a hat that apparently Mina had. Someone commented under my picture, "She's copying Mina." Like, Jesus Christ, sometimes people buy the same shit. Do you think I just spend all day like searching what like I should? You know how celebrities sometimes have Instagram like celebrities have celebrity fans make Instagram accounts that are like Kim Kardashian's closet. It's like they're acting as if I have like spend all day researching what kind of fucking clothes she wears so I can copy them. Shut the
yeah. I
oof.
I always thought that like in regards to like you guys wearing the same clothes, it was just like you got sponsored by the same companies or something.
That's we did collaborate with some of the same brands, and then she would have her mods reach out and be like, make sure these people tell this company that Dasha is my abuser.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I don't like for the reasons that I don't, but like, I don't think that she's lying about it. Anything that went on behind the scenes with Edwin
Yes,
and
yeah.
Mina. Like, I'll give her a lot of flack for how she treated me and several of my friends, and my ex girlfriend, but as well as other people. But like, when she tells the truth, I can tell.
Yeah.
Um, and I don't think that she's lying about anything in regards to what she comes forward about some things more. Like if she were to post stuff on like her Twitter or something,
Yeah.
or like maybe a Reddit post or something. But
Yes.
yeah,
That would be super dope.
yeah, and like if she could offer up as many like receipts as she has or whatever, even if it's just her words, like I'd listen.
Yeah.
And it's funny that I say that she's just so bad faith towards me. She literally told you I'm crazy. So um
Yeah.
I'd hear her out though, is the thing. I can be nice like that.
Yeah.
Um so yeah. So there's like so I wanted to ask about like or just bring up like the curious cat because you mentioned it. Like I just remember Edwin being kind of like pissed that like uh at the time you had answered questions from people about him and I think Mina,
Yeah.
and he's just like, if you don't want anything to do with someone, why are you answering questions about them? It's just like because people asked, and you can.
Yeah.
I don't I don't buy the logic of, oh, you can't talk about me if you said publicly that you don't want to associate with me. It's
Yes.
like
I don't either.
has that thing towards me as well, but I can explain that later. Um,
For sure, yeah.
yeah.
I'm down to
Um,
listen to anything.
yeah. Um, so we're basically down to the last few questions. Skipping ahead to 2020, I guess, after like I guess some things have like settled down and whatever. Um the him messaging Chandler Riggs about you
That's
and
so
like
embarrassing.
yeah,
You're
he
literally
said
trying thing to get like and you know the situation that was like Chandler's ex-girlfriend was like cheating on him, but for some reason Edwin was searching for like me having done something like really problematic, and Chandler kept telling him, "This is what happened. Like my girlfriend cheated, like my ex cheated on me, um, so and so." And Edwin was like, he keeps wanting me to cover his ex girlfriend. No, you're just not willing to listen to what actually happened. You want Chandler to say something that will give you content about me.
yeah. And did you see when I posted the screenshots that I was given of him sending like the last little bit of the convo to one of his ex mods?
Yes,
It's in
I
my
think
Twitter
so. Yeah,
thread on
yeah,
it.
yeah. I saw that. Yes.
He literally called Chandler slow just because he wouldn't give him information.
Yeah, Chandler was
He's
just like
like,
not that Chandler was he was so annoyed with him. He was like, dude, nobody cares. Your videos are so cringe. I feel like Chandler literally said he was like, whenever he posts, like whenever he sees a thumbnail from Edwin, it feels like he's at the checkout from like in a grocery store reading the tabloid magazines about celebrities.
oh yeah, just the same the same comparison Sear made, I believe, a while ago. Because
Yes.
that's just literally what Edwin is in regards to his content is like TMZ or whatever the fuck. And
Yeah. Exactly.
And Evan Edinger during the Karim stuff. The reason why Edwin made a video on him to respond to how he responded to Edwin's interview with Karim. He
Yeah.
got mad. If you watch that video at all, he got super fucking pissed that at Evan because Evan specifically called him Keemstar Light.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's fucking ironic too. But it's funny when like you're if you binge watch like some of the like I guess series of videos where there's more than one on a particular topic that Edwin does, some videos will just be like mainly like the first few videos will just be or even just the first video in the series will just be like, oh, I'm trying to be good faith, or I'm trying to play up this nice guy angle or whatever. But but if he if something stings him in regards to criticism or anything or a response, he will get mad.
Yes.
That's the narc rage coming out.
Isn't he
Um,
always like lit like a Christmas tree on his stream or something? Like super drunk all the time. I heard
on
people
his
say that.
streams, on yeah, most of the time on his streams, he will drink to excess. Like I honestly
Maybe
have
he drinks
bashed.
to forget.
Maybe it's funny because like I expect him at some point, or I'm surprised at some point he hasn't like just blacked out drunk on a stream, just like his head like especially because he streams at night for like somewhere between 9 and 12 hours on average mostly, or at least he has in the past. And he just drinks all the time on those streams. He doesn't look like he eats anything either, so or he doesn't eat a lot, so
Yeah,
he just he just doesn't have anything that will absorb the alcohol
that's funny.
in his stomach. Um, yeah, and like I'm just surprised that like he hasn't like his head hasn't like fallen onto his desk in front of him, in front of his computer, and he's just had like dead air, just snoring or something on stream. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Just
That's fucking funny.
yeah, just fucking fall asleep, blackout drunk.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Um, and then pretty much the last like main question is I don't know if you specifically know about this, but I've been told by one of his ex mods that he sent some of them to harass you at points.
I'm sure I've gotten plenty. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I've gotten plenty of harassment in my DMs and my
Yeah,
comments with anything that I did all the fucking time. People
yeah,
would reach out
it's
to my friends. Like,
yeah,
it's almost like he doesn't like, he's like, oh, you guys have to warn this person about Dasha. It's like, don't you think like this person that knows me, um, is gonna have like, they don't care what supposed allegedly happened between you and me because that doesn't like they know me as a person. They're friends with me for a reason. It doesn't matter what you send these. Like you can send them a link to Edwin's video 5 times a day if you want. Nobody's not gonna change their minds because they know this shit is bullshit. But
yeah,
yeah, harassment definitely all the fucking time. Still does.
yeah,
That's why I like start resenting the internet. That's why I got into therapy because of that. I still do take Wellbutrin 2 times a day, but I start like switching, like upping my dose of depressant and antidepressants because I had to deal with like not to like I'm not victimizing myself whatsoever. It's just like I really
you're just stating what
just like
happened.
it's a fucking lot to deal with, when
Yeah,
just that is like when someone calls you their abuser and then people like because a lot of people just don't want to question it. Oh, she leaked her notes. It must be true. You don't care. You don't know. Like you wouldn't even care to look into this. You just believe it because a girl is crying. Also, bringing this up, Mina did a live stream on her Instagram one time where she told people that I put Xanax in her tacos. Do you
I've
remember
I
talking
think
about
I
this?
remember that being mentioned somewhere. Yeah,
She started crying on her live stream and was like, Dasha used to do Xanax, I think. That's how she said it. She used to do Xanax, I think. And then I saw her crush up Xanax in the tacos, and and then she ate them apparently. First of all, if you saw something that is sketch, why do you eat the tacos? And like why do you keep staying in that apartment? None of this makes sense. And also I didn't ever do Xanax. There was a time I was prescribed to Xanax and it was way earlier than I've like way before I met Seer. I didn't just have that
yeah,
shit on me. And it's so insane that she like that's why she's now saying we forced her to have sex with us and flew her out to fix our relationship. As if she's the fucking patron of I don't fucking know, but like she just knows she can get as bold as she wants because like people believe her.
yeah,
Like drugging her, sex trafficking her. It was so bad. It was so bad that you just kept refusing to leave our apartment when we begged you to get a flight home. You could have like We even like would have paid for it. We wanted her to leave so bad, and she just wouldn't.
Yeah. And with that, I just remember, I think it was Edwin who mentioned it, is that I remember him saying to that you said to Mina that um you could overstay your visitor she could overstay her visitor's visa in California because it's a sanctuary state.
I said that to her. She
That's
said
what they
they
said
said
you
they
said to Mina.
no. Oh my god, no, I
It's
didn't.
it's the same bullshit as the Instagram, I guess, follower hack
I did not
that I
say
guess you
that.
taught her.
Yeah, I taught her. I taught her so much. Taught her how to edit her pictures. I taught her how to put drugs in tacos. For the love of God.
Yeah, it is just really really weird. Like the little mentions of certain things that um I don't know that should be questioned. Like if especially when it's mostly he said she said.
Yes.
I
It's
don't.
just
I just it is really fucking stupid. Just the way that just the way that whole series of videos has gone.
yep.
Like it's gotten to the point where because I know most of it is very fictionalized or bad faith in regards to how Edwin told the stories, and jumped to conclusions on certain things and tried to show how many things were like really really true.
Mm.
It's like I treat it like as if it were like a TV show, like a soap opera or something.
I know we Vincent and
Which
I always joked about this. Have you ever watched South Park?
oh yeah,
There's an episode where the guinea pigs attack and like Stan's dad won't stop filming. And it's
yeah, I
like the
remember
work
that.
they try to like seek shelter and he just like, "Hey, say hi to the so we're trying to seek shelter right now. Say hi to the camera, Stan." That's literally Edwin.
Yep.
He would like just everything is so over sensationalized and just dramatic as fuck.
Yeah. It's funny that he wanted to bring back like his vlogs. I don't know if it was going to be a one-off or if he was serious about starting them back up because he hasn't done one since I think like 2019 or so, maybe before that because COVID, I guess. But
Yeah.
he the the clip I guess that Nick Diorio put in his video on Edwin, where he was at Keemstar's I think house or maybe it was Salvo's house with Salvo, and he
Mm-hmm.
just shit talked Nick to the camera, and the reason that Nick has that clip is because it was on Babs's phone because I think the battery ran out in Edwin's camera or something like that, and
Uh-huh.
he wanted to add to the thing.
That's fucking
Um,
funny.
yeah, he wanted so badly to just I don't know like be so I don't know, he just it's really stupid like the way that things have gone.
I know.
Um, yeah,
Can't
which I
do anything about it. Just gotta move on with my life.
yeah, and
But it's good to get some of this shit out. I'm just like, I was just always too scared because I knew like how he was gonna like put it if I spoke out publicly, you know?
yeah, because
Remember?
hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, never mind, never mind.
okay, because it's like it's funny how I reached out to you in November of 2021 for this interview. I just want to say this because I think some people are probably gonna be like, "Oh, you're capitalizing on Edwin's cancellation." It's like no, but it's a good what is the word? It's it's good timing. Um,
Yeah.
like I we you uh we started planning for this back in November of last year after the
Yes,
accusation
very true.
where you guys sex trafficked Mina.
Yep.
And like man, it would have been funny if or it's just funny to me that the timing worked out so well.
I mean, I was always hoping at least others would see past this good guy facade that he put out there.
Yeah. Um, did I tell you what exactly led me to like see through Edwin's like bullshit?
No, tell me.
Basically, when I was in his server, uh, this was March of 2020. It was right after the Shiloh drama. Basically, first there's a dude who's basically a commentary orbiter named Extreme Dad who goes
Yes.
around to live streamers and tries to like I guess expose them for who they really are in his eyes. Like he thinks that they're fake and he wants to just show that they are. Um, he was on a live stream of Edwin's right after I was because I was kind of involved in the Shiloh drama and I really regret that. At some point I'll leak my fucking Twitter DMs with Edwin from back then because there's some stuff Edwin said back then that is I when I read them back and I reanalyzed them, I just like, holy shit, this is actually kind of funny and kind of bad for him. Um, but he Edwin had or Edwin talked to him through Discord. He stayed in Edwin's Discord server, and for the next like 2 weeks, on and off started like challenging people to debates in Edwin's server. It got so bad, a lot of people did not like him being in Edwin's server. Um, and the mods and him, Edwin, wouldn't do anything about it. Um, and I remember in the live stream did on me like over 2 years ago. Um, because I had mentioned it on Twitter. She was just like apparently some of the mods were in some of those convos and nothing truly bad was going on, or the people like were okay with um the debates at the time. But obviously, the
Yeah.
opinions changed, and a lot more people thought he was
Yes.
annoying than those people. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, so basically after 2 weeks and some bullshit, Extreme Dad had left. And the night he left, I believe, Edwin was in a voice chat with a like a bunch of girls in his server because the server's like 99% women. Um, and they were. I came in pretty late into that, but I heard enough of it to get the gist of it. Basically, they were yelling at him. A couple of his mods were in there as well. They yelled at him for not um, doing anything really, and were trying to like give examples of how annoying Extreme Dad was and why he shouldn't have been in the server. And Edwin threw that back at them and pretty much blamed them for why that happened, or it was something like that where he threw it back at them basically and tried to make it their fault. Um,
Worst classic.
yeah, which isn't surprising. So Extreme Dad stayed out of the server for another 2 weeks. He came back after that for another 2 weeks, but was silent in the server. Like he didn't say anything. He was just there in the background, kind of creeping.
Huh.
Um, and eventually, after that, next 2 weeks, Edwin banned him. I don't know why Edwin back then was just like Edwin back then was so like careful not to ban people. Part of it was
Yeah.
that he just likes the chaos, but then also I think he just didn't want any drama getting back to him because if he or one of his mods had banned someone from the server, they can just be like, "Oh, I was banned from everyone's Discord server after this happened." And instead of like he let people get so fed up that they left on their own, they couldn't basically say that they were banned.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, so that kept going, and then or yeah, after that kept going. We're into April. Basically towards the end of March into April, in between when Extreme Dad was in there, the server started to go really off the rails. Um, Edwin installed some rules, but like I said, I think at the beginning when we were talking before the questions, it was inconsistently ran. Like the rules were very inconsistently put in, and I don't really think he had any policies that he told the mods to abide by. Specifically, I personally, she came off like she thought that she was queen bee of the server, but maybe that's just how I was reading it. Maybe that's not what she intended, but that's just what I thought at the time. And then also, Edwin was just being an annoying piece of shit. Then in a voice chat in April, Black Wolf Company, they're another commentary channel, they put out a video on the Shiloh situation, and Edwin streamed it into the voice chat of his Discord server. And during that, when I had made a joke about something that said, he tried to make her and I fight in the voice chat.
The fuck?
Yeah, I made a joke. I can't even remember what the joke was, but I know it was a joke. And he's just like, oh, what are we gonna throw hands? I suggested the term throw hands because for some reason he couldn't think of it himself.
Oh my God.
And it was fucking awkward as well for a minute because first I was the only guy in that voice chat as well. Um, so and I was the only one besides him who were talking. So
Yeah.
he basically immediately forgot who the fuck was the one that made the joke about what I said.
Yeah.
So it was just awkward and silent. And then I realized, oh, you're talking about what I did. And I just apologized for the joke because I didn't want any drama.
Oh
And
man.
yeah,
So
but then
messy.
huh?
So messy.
Yeah. And then I had said, towards the end when he was wrapping things up, I had said that he asked people if there was anything that they wanted to say to him in regards to things that were going on. And I had basically said to him that I didn't think his mods were running the server in the way that he wanted. And he just ignored me, basically. He just wrapped things up and everybody was gone from that voice chat.
Oh my God.
Yep. He didn't message me at all to just talk about it privately, which would have been understandable. He just completely ignored me. Not the only,
That
not the only time as well. Hmm?
classic Edwin behavior.
Yeah. And yeah, then just other things would happen, and it mainly just had to do with me venting about stuff or making jokes or just talking about things elsewhere outside of Edwin's server that were going on in his server, and that's partly what made him get mad at me. It's because I think I told you this in Twitter DMs. She got mad at me because she wanted me to talk to her about things, but I didn't think it was gonna be worth it because of how she came off as like very standoffish and cold, as well as having
Mm-hmm.
anger issues. Which now I know why that is, but I'm not going to mention it in this video.
Okay.
And yeah, then shit happened with the Bad Chalupa channel, where she started to disagree majorly with Edwin on stuff he wanted them to do. Oh yeah, another reason why he mods people is because of tech support. He doesn't know how to use Discord that well, so he gets the help of people who do.
Fucking
Like,
funny.
yeah, it's either he likes their senses of humor or their personalities. In very rare cases, it's people to actually mod the server. Mina's also one of his mods, so if you're dating him, or if it's tech support.
She was in that too, the Discord, Mina?
Yeah, Mina has a Discord account. I don't know how often she was actually in there. I know she went into voice chats sometimes, but he basically made her a mod. She didn't really do anything though, other than hang out in voice chats at times. And I guess say things to the mods about you or whatever the hell happened there.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, at some point later, Edwin saw something that I had said, which I posted in another thread on Twitter, which was basically it related to stuff that had gone on in his server, and I had said basically that any 2-bit drama or any 2-bit drama or commentary YouTuber could go in his server, see the stuff that was in the text chats, and just make a video on it or expose him for that or whatever, and that I'd maybe hop on the bandwagon if that happened. Took
Oh,
almost 3 years, but it kind of did. Um, just not in the way I was expecting. But yeah, he messaged me in Discord DMs, which I also posted to Twitter, where he asked about it. I had forgotten part of what I had said, and he said everything was good, and he made it seem like he understood it was just venting. It wasn't like me trying to get people to hate on him. But later on in his server, months later, he said that I had that a server that I had that was for completely different reasons was a server meant to get people to hate on him. And like I said, it was just venting and cracking jokes and whatnot. And the reason for it existing is not. I need whole other details that I'm not going to go into right now. But he basically like it seemed to me that he implied that he wanted to talk about more. So I was just like, something else, and he's just like, oh no, thanks for the talk, and ended the convo. And I'm just like, you see me, you got a screenshot of me saying these things about your server, and you're not going to ask me why I said those things or what you could do to improve things. I don't understand it.
me neither.
And then a little while later, at the beginning of June, mainly because of stuff that happened with friends I'd made from his server, I left. And um, I was just done with it and everything. Um,
I don't
then,
blame you. I get it.
yeah, yeah. Then a year later, I tried to email him saying I wanted to talk about things that happened. Um,
Hmm.
after kind of schizo posting on Twitter about things that happened. Some of I didn't like how I eventually deleted the tweets because I didn't like how I wrote them, and on top of that, some things I said were legit misinformation that I didn't know was at the time.
Yeah.
Um, but I tried to email him to talk about things that had happened. He never responded. Um, and
Why would he?
yeah, and it's just I don't know. He has this whole thing about on his live streams is just like, if you have a problem with me, get in the voice chat at my server and we'll talk about it. But it's just like he never wants to have like a private convo or
Yeah, because he wants other
something.
people to do his like fucking dirty work. He wants other people to bash and like
Yeah,
defend him.
yeah. So by my estimation, by now he owes me about at least 5 apologies.
Ah,
4 are for things that went on in his Discord
and you're gonna
server,
get
I believe.
0.
Yeah, and then one was for taking advantage of my what is the word my lack of knowledge on the Karim stuff. Because he legit said to me in DMs that he didn't think Karim was a pedo. And yet uh, um, he also apparently addressed that saying that he was, or something, or that he didn't support or he didn't support the pedo shit that Karim did.
Hmm.
I was like, do you consider him a pedo or not? And are you against it? Is my question to him then.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know.
But yeah, that's basically it. Pretty cliff note version of it, but
Well, now I know. Now I'm up to date.
yeah,
Everything I learn about him
and
is involuntarily.
yeah, and like, sorry if it's just like,
No, I was joking. I
yeah,
did like hearing you talk about it. It's just
yeah, and I've been thinking about like either making a Reddit post or a video talking about it, and I was like half thinking, should I do it at the end of this video after we're done with this Q&A here?
yeah.
Um, but now it's in the video and people will hear it, so and it's funny because like people people for the last like almost 3 years have like shit on me for not liking Edwin. Um, to the point where almost 2 years ago when Deity was doing his stuff, I'm in Deity's server and I was on some of his live streams.
Yeah.
And I believe it was Edwin's at the time. She was a stream mod, and part of his, get this, she was part of his DHS, which stands for Department of Homeboy Security.
Oh my
He put,
God, that's
yeah,
so fucking cringe.
yeah, he started that after his hacking and when he was being uh, criticized for being in the Onision documentary. That's also another reason I don't like him, is just his hypocrisy there. But
Yeah.
yeah, especially since he didn't get the blessing of any of the victims that he was friends
Good
with, and I know
lesson.
that for a fact because I think it was Lane. She put out a tweet at the time asking Edwin about it when like stuff started to leak about that. But yeah, he put that shit together, and he, at the time, she was a mod for him. Now, because he slighted her in a live stream, I believe last year, she doesn't like him anymore. I guess she's
Hmm.
that mentally ill. This chick Steffi was one of his most hardcore defenders during
I
the
think
DD
I've
stuff.
heard something about her.
Oh yeah, she is pretty infamous at this point to detractors of Edwin. It got to the point where I had her blocked and on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure she's behind another account that photoshops badly, but photoshops like memes about commentary stuff. And it that account has several that are related to me because of tweets that I had made. Um, and also they had access to Edwin's Discord, which Steffi was in at the time. I assume she might still be. I don't know. Um, she was trying to accuse me of a bunch of different things that don't make any sense when you actually think about them. Um, I'll send you one of the fucking tweets that I laugh at after this. But like, it just got so bad that I was just like, okay, I'm gonna take a break from this. I'm gonna keep quiet publicly about
Mm.
this shit because it got really bad. If Edwin's not the one bashing on you, his stands definitely will, and I hate it.
Yeah,
It's so
that's
it's so toxic.
embarrassing behavior. Like, go, like, don't you have anything fucking bad? The entire stan culture in general, I find like super insane. Like,
Yeah,
why do you do this with your free time for
yeah,
someone else? Like, at least get paid.
yeah. And I would like point out that in I think Deity's live streams that a few times that you don't actually know Edwin, and what I mean by that is like know him in real life. Like these
Yeah.
people have only talked to him either when he's streaming or in his Discord or maybe Twitter or wherever. They don't know the real him, and they don't see him outside of that or those contexts. So they have no idea who the hell the real him even is.
Well, maybe they will
Um,
now or soon, at least.
yeah, it's it's just it's just interesting. And I'm looking forward to how this develops. So
Me too.
yeah. Um, so I believe
And
that
if,
is it.
yeah,
Unless you had something to say.
um, I don't think so. I think we
Okay.
pretty much talked about everything.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, you watched all the videos,
Yeah.
so
I wanted to I just basically mainly wanted to cover the stuff that went on in 2016 when you guys all lived together. And that's why most of the questions were geared
yeah.
towards that because um most of that stuff just needed clarification on some things or just the opposite or the other side
Yes,
in a more
that's
like
true. Thank
calmer context than just live streams where you were pissed.
I know I shouldn't have just like gone. I should have fucking calmed down, but I've never dealt with anything like that before. And it was just like such blatant lies that I was so like, I was just fucking riled up. And I was like, I can't believe you would say something like that and lie so crazy. I shouldn't have gone on like, and like on a live stream immediately when that shit happened. I should have just like chilled. Vincent told me to not do it, and I still did it. I
Yeah.
just like I was so like Vincent was fine. He was like never like he just wanted to never talk about Edwin ever again, and I was just kind of so pissed that he could like shit talk. It wasn't even most about me. It was like the way he talked about Sear, and like even the most recent thing where he like I think said Sear's a pedophile or something.
He
I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah, there was another stream where he was drunk, and I think he and other people, I'm not sure who because I didn't watch the stream. I only saw the clip. We're talking about, I guess, OTK. Is that Sears thing now?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I got that acronym right. Um, Edwin just drunkenly mentioned that Sear was a groomer, and that apparently at one point he had hooked up with a girl who was like 17, and they just had sex at her house. And I'm just like, were you there? Were you in the
Yeah,
closet
that's
being a
what I'm
cuck?
saying. He loves doing this shit, providing nothing, no evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, he said that he had so many like DMs or texts or whatever of these girls that told him these stories, and I'm just like, can you take some screenshots, maybe redact some information that identifies them or something, and just put it up on screen so you can prove your shit in real time?
Yes.
Because it's just like, I think I've made this point already several times. It's just like, you can't be making serious allegations like this without proof. It's just,
Yes.
I it continually baffles me just how much he has gotten away with, but also what he thinks he can get away with.
Yep.
Because it went,
Yes.
and I know he said that Sear was like abusive to some of his exes as well.
One time, yeah.
Mm,
No, he actually said Sue cheated on every single one of his exes. And
yeah.
like one of the exes that didn't even have Twitter made a Twitter account just to call him out. She was like, first of all, spell my name right. Second, you weren't there and he never cheated on me. Like every
Yeah.
single like he's just a straight up liar. Like every single were you there in his when Vincent had his first fucking girlfriends in high school? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, because it's and then on top of that, it's just like, if you have such a problem with it now, why didn't you speak up back when you were
Yeah,
actually friends with him or earlier or whenever? It's
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. People might question me on why I stayed in Edwin's server as long as I did, because again, it was like 4 months. Uh, it's like, for one, I actually had people who agreed with me on a bunch of stuff, and then two, I had this weird like mentality that, oh, it'll get better or something will happen where it gets better or whatever. It never really got better. It just stayed the same like train wreck in
Yes.
progress. And I don't know. Now apparently his Discord server is like escalated to like where there's an entire channel devoted to hating on Mama Max just because some
Oh,
of his exes came out against him. And it's like, I and he wanted to, like, I guess, expose Max, basically do what he did with Onision. And I'm just, by befriending a bunch of Max's exes, and it's just like, bro, you've turned your Discord server into Commentary Blood Sports, the Discord server.
oh my God.
Like, I that's also part of the reason why I ended up leaving, is that that whole like space is just so toxic. It like I've said this multiple times to other people in private. It's just like, commentary and drama content in general is just stuff that rots you from the inside out.
Yeah, I
Like,
can imagine.
yeah, like I've said, and I think I've said this to you in Twitter DMs. I genuinely believe Edwin was. He seemed like a happier person before he got into commentary and drama content. Um, because it's like, while his life, in regards to, like, I guess his monetary situation, like his money, wasn't that great. He honestly seemed like he enjoyed life a little bit more. Now it's just like back then he was just like bumming around LA or Arizona or wherever the hell he was living even before he lived with you guys. And
I think he would live with
and
his mom in Arizona, but I'm not sure.
yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. At the very least when he was going to college I could see that. Um but like he would just be like he would just be doing these whatever things and making different or making the content he was though whatever. But for the last like 3 years, yeah, 3 years, mainly due to COVID, I think he's just been like cooped up in his fucking house. Like, and he once made a joke to me about this in Twitter DMs. It's like, um, his sleeping schedule is so fucked because he sleeps during the day and stays awake at night. I can't imagine he gets out of the house much, unfortunately, and that he has a lot of IRL friends that he can hang out with in his
I
area.
can't. That sounds like a recipe for depression, if you ask me.
That's kind of why I also think not only does he have narcissism, but he may have BPD because there are four types of BPD, and I've told you I had to do or I did research on this to make sense of what a friend did
Yes.
to me
Yes.
who has BPD, um,
Yeah.
and it varies depending on the type. But if he has one of the two types that cause narcissism, uh, they also BPD also causes depression, and it wouldn't surprise me if he would be diagnosed as a depressant. Um, but yeah, he's definitely a narcissist, and the way he reacts to like things is very reminiscent of my friend who has BPD as well. Like he can't handle criticism, snaps at you if they get mad really easily at certain things,
Yeah.
um, and but can also be like in a way charming and other things if you're just talking to them casually and whatever. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like I'm not like Edwin. I'm not trying to claim I'm a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but due to the research that I have done on this subject, it would not surprise me if he were to go to a psychiatrist and at some point be diagnosed with BPD.
I think he would never
Um,
even admit that if that happened.
yeah, he has a hard time admitting that he has problems handling criticism. So he makes fun of people who say you can't handle criticism when it's just like so
He
obvious.
must be so delusional and out of touch that he says that and doesn't realize that he's like the biggest.
Yeah,
Just like
it's
he can't.
Edwin's kind of like this fucking sad story of a person who really wants to be a YouTuber, has very little talent for it, um, and does whatever he thinks he can to make it. And he eventually was gonna get canceled for some stupid shit, and he now has. Like, pretty much all of his commentary friends, or most of them, have abandoned him. A lot of his, even some of his strongest supporters from the last several years have abandoned him, and
Yeah.
it's just really it's just sad. It's kind of funny if you're that kind of sort that takes pleasure in it, but it's also just sad.
It's sad. Yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, what's his
Maybe you need to look. Yeah.
what's his claim to fame? Like canceling you and Seer.
Kinda.
No,
Kinda.
yeah. Although thankfully you're not an online figure, so
Yeah.
I can't
That's
imagine it's
true. It
impacted
was
your
always
real life
about
too
Vincent.
much outside of your mentality.
Yeah. It always was about. It was about Vincent to me
Yeah,
that I didn't like because like Vincent is genuinely one of the best people that I know. He would always like whenever his friends were like short on money, and even like he didn't like he now makes really good money, but like it wasn't always like this his entire life. But he would always give and be there for. I mean, why do you think Edwin lived with him for free? He's always been a
yeah,
really sweet friend. He's a very understanding person,
yeah,
and that's why like I got so mad.
yeah.
Just
Because yeah, I've heard it's really weird outside of the Edwin stuff. Whenever I've heard something about Seer from someone who's like known about him for a while, they always say like, "Oh, he comes off as this really nice, genuine person."
Yeah, he really is. I mean, I obviously am biased, but I've seen him like I just know how he treats his friends and people around him.
Yeah.
Well,
So
is that it or
I believe so. Yeah, I'll message you if I need anything else, like if I think of anything.
for sure? That sounds good.
Yeah. But
It
that
was good
was
talking to you. Thank you
yeah,
for letting me speak. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah. Um I just decided to like give you a platform because I'm just like, okay, we need to hear this, especially in retrospect, from you. Um,
Thank you. I
yeah,
appreciated it. Appreciate it.
yeah. So yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, well, you can always DM me
Yeah,
with anything.
I'll probably have you resend me some things when I'm editing.
Yes, I will do that for
I'll try to
sure.
get yeah, I'll try to edit the audio with the visuals and get it up within about maybe a week or two.
That
Um,
sounds good. You
yeah,
know what you're doing.
yeah. Hopefully, I don't. I don't usually do this type of content like heavily edited and like podcast. Well, I do podcasty sort of content, but like this year is just going to be like very different in regards to stuff I have planned. So, and this is just one thing that I'm doing as kind of a one-off. Um, but I have wanted to do it for a while. So,
Yeah, I'm sure you'll like do a great job. Either way, anything like I'm happy it's just that you gave me a platform to speak.
yeah,
That's right.
because I'm kind of surprised that no one has already, but at the
There
same
have
time
been
also not.
no, a bunch of people have. I just like wasn't ready and I like just I wasn't ready to have another fucking 30 videos on us, you know? Like every time I would say a
Yeah.
single thing, it would just like go crazy, but like he can't hurt me anymore. I don't like I've I'm like above it now a little. It's like at least a little better. And
Yeah.
I go to therapy, so it's always something I can talk to her about.
Yeah. And it's just like something people have to like keep in mind is just like um this isn't, even though Edwin wanted to make it this way, it's not reality TV where it's like at least half fake or directed in a certain way
Yeah.
for the people that are in the show, to go
Yes.
and react and all that. It's like it's just real life people, and like doing a commentary video or stream where you're just reacting to something is one thing. It's another thing entirely to just accuse people of stuff in a very bad faith manner and like I don't know, be mad when people are criticizing you or the other people involved are just like, hey, no, this didn't happen this way. You know it didn't.
Yeah. Yep.
Because like I don't know, I've never. It's funny because I guess Edwin has kind of become one of a kind because I've never seen another like commentary or drama YouTuber do the kind of shit that he does in the way that he does. Um, and that should be a lesson to basically everybody.
Yes. Very true. Yeah.
Yeah. And being in his server made me a better person, and it made me like reevaluate things for my own server and other servers I'm in where I have like mod privileges and all that.
Yeah.
So some good came from me being in his server.
Yeah, for sure. There's always a silver lining to everything, I think.
Yeah, it's always good to learn from other people's mistakes.
Yeah, indeed.
And it's
Indeed.
like, yeah, it's like I'm 7 years younger than Edwin, but or maybe a little bit under 7 years younger than Edwin, and I'm just like, this guy still acts like he's 16, and even then, a 16-year-old white girl, and I'm just like, why?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm just like, I have known no guys when I was 16 that would act like Edwin.
He fucking also like remember when he thought he was like, let's make fun of Beaner Edwin. That those were his words, not mine. When he
Oh yeah,
thought that Beanspill's name was about him to like make a racist joke about him.
I
So
posted that
fucking
screenshot to Twitter because I had it. In fact, I think it was the one that Beanspill used because I was in a server even before I was in Beanspill's server with him or them,
yeah.
and they got that screenshot from someone else who took it at the time that Edwin typed it.
Yeah.
Um, and it's like, stop, Edwin, stop victimizing yourself. Stop making things out to be worse than they actually are. That's really not a good mentality to have. It's it's very toxic, and like I said, you were a much happier person before you started being this way. It seems, at least.
Yeah.
Um, it's just like, go to fucking therapy. See a psychiatrist. It's funny because he recommended you do that at one point as well in one of his
I
videos
did it.
on you.
Thank you, Edwin. I know I didn't go to therapy because of him, but I think everyone should go to therapy.
Yeah, honestly, I probably would benefit from going to therapy as well, but I need to look into that. I know my mom also goes to therapy. I think like she has like I think an online thing where she talks to a therapist.
Yeah,
And
it's I mean anything is great. It's like getting someone professional who uses their degree for good things
yeah,
to look at
um yeah.
at it a little bit.
Yeah. And it's like I've recommended people go to therapy before because of like I don't like negative mentalities when like they're uncalled for.
Yes,
Um
absolutely right.
yeah, cuz my friend that has BPD, she badly needs therapy. She's not in it, or at least she went to like one session apparently when she had a fucking mental breakdown. But I don't know if she went
Oh,
anymore. She was like ordered to go there, I think probably by her
yeah.
doctor or
No,
some
you need
shit.
to do it
Yeah, and
every.
she's unmedicated, and the type of BPD I think that she has, she definitely needs therapy.
Yeah, that's really sad. I hope she gets it figured out.
Yeah, especially when I know what caused her to develop her BPD, and she definitely needs to like have a space with someone in that field that can help her sort through everything that she's going through.
Yeah,
And I think that there's a lot of people out there like that. Like, just think about it, is basically my best advice.
yeah. I think that's great advice.
Yeah. I think that's a good note to end on.
Yeah, let's do that. Got to
All
take
right.
my doggies outside.
All right. And you also sound like you're getting
Okay.
a bit tired or something.
No, I'm so tired. I wasn't like I would have gone on for hours, but I'm actually a little tired. But I could have still gone. I would have just like I if I do something, I'm gonna do it like fully committed.
Yeah.
I am tired though.
Yeah. No, that makes
But thank
sense.
you.
Yeah. I'll talk to you
Okay.
more later.
Yes, please have a good night or wherever in the world you are.
It is night. I'm like 3 hours ahead of you.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Yep. So have a good night
You too.
and thank you for everything. You can always DM me like you know that.
Yeah, definitely. And you're welcome.
Oh, okay. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. So that it was the interview with Dasha. Basically, the baseline thing I wanted to have established with the interview was just a different side to things, and yeah, like I said in the main interview, just a different side of things in a more calm, rational context and everything, and especially in a retrospective kind of way, from that kind of viewpoint. Um, and just to say this, if this interview did not change your mind about Dasha, whatever. Like, I don't know. I just want people to listen to what was said in this interview and conversation, whatever it technically was, and just try to like absorb both sides and everything and make up their own minds about everything. Just to bring this up though, with the recent stuff Edwin has been exposed with doing in regards to the salvo stuff, this really wasn't a shock to me that he was doing this shit. There's stuff that I've known for a while in regards to Edwin, in regards to who he is as a person, and on top of that, if you're not one of his fangirls who, for some reason, give him too much of the benefit of the doubt or whatever the fuck else, you can recognize a lot of shit that Edwin does, like manipulation, self-victimizing, the narcissism, a lot of shit that Edwin has. He even, like I said in the main interview, I wouldn't be surprised if Edwin were to visit a psychologist and at some point be diagnosed with BPD. Because he shows a lot of signs with having BPD, you know. And I've done research into BPD, which is partly how I know, and it's kind of different in men than it is in women. I usually only have any experience dealing with BPD in women, because I was friends with someone with BPD and I recently had to deal with someone who has it. So yeah, but or someone else who has it, both women. But yeah, so that's basically it. Sorry the interview is almost 4 hours long. Didn't plan on going that long with it. But that's how it happened. I censored out the names of the mods and some other people, mainly just to preserve anonymity and all that. Some people may know who I was talking about, but the majority of you shouldn't. Please do not go harassing anyone that was talked about in this video. Don't do that. On top of that, it's just, I don't know. What I said about the one-off at the end, towards the end, is like mainly a one-off in regards to talking about Edwin like this. I don't necessarily not promise to talk about him in the future, but basically, after this interview is out, as well as some other things I may say on Twitter and wherever, after Edwin is basically done and dusted, after he's gonna do his little response video to Nick Diorio and Keemstar and whoever he's doing a response video to in regards to the being bashed for the salvo shit, which that's not going to turn out well for him. I can already tell, because people are already shitting on him for just trying to formulate a response. Because he's not going to respond well. My prediction is he won't respond well, and he won't respond like a normal, sane, rational person. He will respond as he always does, self-victimizing, blaming other people, and just being an idiot about it. And yeah, yeah. So the things he's done in regards to the things he's done to friends of his, it's like, you should really look back on the Sierra and Dasha drama if you know anything about it already and you have been on Edwin's side for so long, or if you've been neutral to it. You really should look back on it and just rethink things, because not everything was as it seems. I did manage to include a bunch of stuff in regards to receipts for visuals for the interview, and some of it came from Dasha, some of it I already had, but yeah. In regards to a bunch of things, if you actually watch Edwin's hour-and-a-half long first video on the drama, basically, a lot of things Edwin does not have receipts for that he really should in regards to claims he made. On top of that, a lot of things that he said in that video were very biased towards himself and Mina, very bad faith in regards to why Sierra and Dasha did things, and just a lot of not thinking things through. Because if you just watch that video alone, it's not a lot of it is enough to convince anybody of anything. And I'm absolutely just surprised that a lot of people have just believed him. And even before, like, Dasha responded and everything to the things that she did. Now I'm not gonna. Now, if you still have criticisms of Dasha in regards to some of the things that she did, that's completely fine. Or if anything she said in this interview, that's completely fine. Like I said, this interview was literally just to get the other side. And from what I can tell, in between when we recorded this and when I'm recording this part right now, Dasha was on the Keemstar show, and she's sent him and and his girlfriend Brantley and a bunch of other people, like a lot of Edwin's old videos, and then Keemstar's apparently going to do a bit of a deep dive into the Seer and Dasha drama and everything, and talk about things on at some point soon on his channel. So that'll be really good. Getting another perspective into things, and apparently Dasha's gonna help him a bit by giving him her and Seer's perspective, like she did in this interview. And yeah, so if you have anything in regards to a criticism or just something to say or anything, it's just fine. I will not tolerate. By the way, in the comments, I will not tolerate like overly negative bullshit if you can't back it up or don't have a sufficient reason to believe it. Like if people are just gonna say, "Oh well, Edwin said this, thus Dasha is wrong," or some bullshit like that, or you do know Edwin, you're not taking Edwin's side into account. Bullshit. I literally rewatched most of the videos that he has put out over the last 6 years almost on Seer and Dasha. I took notes on the first big one, the second hour long one, in regards to the stuff that I heard in it that I felt I should cover in regards to questions. And then I also watched several more of his videos that were heavily biased, heavily skewed towards him and Mina. And then on top of that, getting Seer and Dasha to look like pieces of shit. And yeah, and I can show you guys the notes I took. It's like, yeah. In regards to, I do feel like maybe I should have asked a few more questions, but I felt like I covered the majority of stuff that I needed to. And on top of that, a lot of stuff was said in the conversation itself, when we were talking about the certain topics and everything, because they got brought up. So yeah, was this interview perfect? Probably not. But I'm mostly happy with it. I've had to, on top of being there while it was being recorded, I had to listen to it in editing once all the way through again for the visuals, and then most of the way through to edit in visuals for the more important stuff so that I could back up what was needed to be backed up in regards to claims and everything. So yeah, I will admit that a lot of this would be hearsay because it don't have direct confirmation one way or the other on certain things. Granted, and just to point this out, there's no direct confirmation of a lot of the stuff that Edwin and Mina have said over the years either. On top of that, like I said in the main interview, Edwin has not been consistent with all of his claims. On top of that, he's made them worse in some instances. Like I said in the main interview, Edwin and Mina went from talking about how Dasha deleted Mina's Instagram once, and only once, to she deleted it 3 times, which they don't explain when the other 2 times were. And on top of that, Dasha deleting Mina's Instagram posts, no time frame as to when that happened. They just accused her of it and didn't specify any details or anything. And then on top of that, deleting Mina's Vine. That was never said at all. And as you guys heard in the interview, Dasha was surprised by that. So it's like, and she denied it. So it's like, yeah, when you have the person who's been accused of shit that can't be proven denying something like that, it's like, come on. And then on top of that, the more heavy accusations, the revenge porn. Mina, for the longest time on her Instagram, since she turned 18 or 19, back in 2015 to 2016, would maybe even into 2017, would post nudes, lewds, and all that onto her Twitter for free. There's even a post where she said, "Oh, I leaked my own noodles," and all that, meaning nudes. She likes to talk like that. And it's just a thing where, like, there are archives of this. It has been proven that Mina has posted those kinds of pictures to her Twitter years ago, and Dasha had specifically linked to that. On top of that, I have to point out as well the multiple fake alt accounts or fake fan alt accounts that Mina had. If you also pay attention to a lot of Edwin's and Mina's claims towards Dasha, when it comes to like the accounts being Dasha's or Dasha posting revenge porn or whatever, which I have to point this out as well. Edwin uses the phrasing of posted without consent. That technically does not mean revenge porn. That just means it wasn't posted with Mina's knowledge or blessing. So yeah, that's most of the time, or if not all the time, what the wording Edwin uses. I'm just going to say this: if you are someone who has posted nude or lewd or whatever kind of content like that, and you share it for free, or maybe even if you sell it or whatever the fuck, but mainly if you put it out for free, if it's posted somewhere without your consent, you technically gave up the rights for it to be given out with your consent. I'm just saying that right now. When it comes to like selling shit, that's technically copyright infringement, not revenge porn. I just need to say that right now. Not that people who sell porn can't be also victims of revenge porn, but it's, from my standpoint, harder for it to really impact you, I guess, or really for anybody to give a shit, because it's just like, depending on what it is, it's just like, if you already sell nude content, if you're a sex worker or whatever, you've already, of that type, you've already given people permission to see you nude. So it's like, I don't know, it's really dumb. Now, if you're someone who doesn't do that and you do have your nudes leaked online or to wherever, that is revenge porn. Revenge porn is a very serious accusation, and the fact that more people don't question Edwin and Mina's claims when it comes to that kind of stuff is very troubling and worrying to me. And I mean, like, in regards to Edwin's main audience, the fact that more people in his audience don't question a lot of these things is very troubling to me. I'm not surprised, but like, it's like, at the same time, I'm not surprised, but like, it's just like, these are very serious accusations that are being lobbed. This isn't TV. This isn't like a reality show. This isn't a sitcom. This isn't anything. This isn't like fiction. This is real. And like, you put these accusations onto real people, and it can fuck up people's lives. That's why you don't accuse someone of something unless if you have 100% proof, or you are very sure of it. When it comes to Edwin and Mina, I'm also very certain that they fabricated some of the evidence, or they just took evidence, quote unquote, from certain places, certain sources, and just used it and accused Dasha of being the person behind it. Mainly the stuff in regards to being Fawnie. There's no direct proof that Dasha ran that account. I don't know what to say. In this interview itself, denied that was her. So you have a claim that can't be proven. Dasha denied it. You know, it's like, I don't know. There are a lot of people who will still take Edwin and Mina's side. I don't really care. You have the interview to look back on, so go ahead and do so. Just go on believing people who are genuinely manipulative and unreliable narrators and liars about at least half the shit that they've said over the years. Oh yeah, and then the sex trafficking shit. Edwin genuinely ran with a bad definition of the word apparently, but as was in that fucking Chud Logic stream. But the thing about it is just like you, the sex trafficking is also a very serious accusation. You can't just be throwing those words around. You devalue like what those words mean, and you devalue the actual like people that are a part of stuff like that. Sex trafficking is a very serious thing, and it happens all the time, and you can't just be throwing words around like that. It's stupid. I honestly don't know why they thought, or Edwin thought it was okay to throw that in. And Mina just ran with it, and that was stupid. Chud Logic, at the very least, did question it because he was just like, whoa. He said, hold the faucet, but it was just like, hold the phone here. We need to. Right. And then he gave the actual definition of fucking sex trafficking. And someone in his chat, Chud Logic's chat, said that it's different in the U.S. No, motherfucker, it's not. It's not the same as it is in the U. Or it's not the. Or in regards to the definition, it's like it's the same as what Chud Logic said. Look up the actual definition of sex trafficking. The U.S. government has an entire fucking page of their website dedicated to having an actual definition for sex trafficking, and it's closer to what Chud Logic said than Edwin. Edwin was going off of like he literally said it was about, like I said in the interview, it was about like transporting someone to somewhere for sex. That's not it at all. Sex trafficking and human trafficking in general has to do with monetary stuff and doing stuff against their will. Like Mina was never flown over to the United States to LA from London to like have sex with Sierra and Dasha. The relationship didn't come until about a week or so later after she came to the shit or came to LA, and it's like, yeah, there was no like, as far as I can tell, there was no like intention behind doing that. They just wanted to, Dasha mainly just wanted to fly Mina out to like be friends and do whatever, and it's like, yeah. So it's just really, really dumb how like a lot of people in Edwin's community legitimately cannot like absorb all the shit that's around them in regards to the information or whatever and just do the math. I heavily question a lot of Edwin's community if they genuinely listen to his videos and think that or just what he says and think that he's telling the truth, because it's just like, it's obvious he's lying about a bunch of shit, you know? And it gets mixed in with what is closer to the truth or what receipts are there, and you're getting manipulated. Edwin legitimately manipulates a lot of his audience, and it's like, if not all of them, and like, yeah. And then on top of that, it's like, he's no better, like, than he claims Sierra and Dasha to be. He's also a sex pest. He's also one of these guys that'll just do this shit. As I mentioned in the interview itself, there's the shit with Olivia that she's talked about. Granted, she didn't mention the reason that she took her top off, but whatever. That's something for her to talk about. But if he was just jerking it over FaceTime to her, it's just like, what the fuck? And then there's the stuff with Babs, and like, I'm willing to more believe her than Edwin. But if her side of the story is to be believed, like, Edwin was continually asking her about consent, which is just like, that is the number one red flag with someone who you want to be sexual with if they keep asking for consent when more iffy shit happens or is going on while you guys are at it. It's like, do I even need to say it at this point? It's like, come on. So yeah, in regards to this, yeah, basically, I also wanted to do this interview as one of the last things, like I said, in regards to anything Edwin related for a long ass time. I will mention this, for the last like almost 3 years, I have unfortunately been kind of hung up, which probably people can tell, a bit hung up on shit that happened to me and friends of mine as a result of being in Edwin's server, and I really wish I could go back in time and um, not be a part of that bullshit, because it wasn't worth it. It legitimately wasn't worth it. And I wish I could go back in time and explain to my younger self, hey, don't do this. These are the reasons. And yeah. And just stop myself from doing that shit, as well as taking part in the Shiloh drama, as well as do other shit, because I really wish I could get that time back. It's not like I spent every waking moment thinking of that bullshit. I really didn't. But I thought about it enough, because it is a lot of the shit that happened back then still bothers me. I have no closure for a lot of things, and it's just not that good. You know, and yeah, Edwin getting canceled, I won't lie, I'm fucking happy about it. I know that sounds kind of fucked up, because you shouldn't want to see people canceled, but at the same time, I know this dude to be a fucking idiot. I know him to be an asshole. I know him to be dishonest. I know him to be manipulative and all that shit. He does not deserve anything that he's gotten in the last 6 years. And the more people that wake up and realize that, at the very least from the shit that happened with Salvo alone, like, yeah. And I'm hoping that a lot of people reevaluate Edwin's past dramas. Because here's the thing that I wanted to instill upon a lot of people. Or that I would want to instill upon a lot of people, as a thought at the very least. Here's the thing: if Edwin went out of his way to lie, manipulate, and what's it called? Lie, manipulate, and just bullshit his way, and like deny and all that shit. Shit for keeping up or still maintaining a friendship or whatever with Salvo behind the scenes, while in the front or in the forefront, or not behind the scenes or whatever the fuck. Like, looks like he's not going to stay friends with Salvo, because there was a leaked thing from his Discord server where he did say he still wanted to be friends with Salvo behind the scenes, but publicly he's just gonna keep the face of like he's not friends with Salvo. It's like, come on, this dude's not a good person. You may think I'm talking about Edwin, but I'm also talking about Salvo. Salvo is not a good person. He's a dude that has legitimately no morals. He's a sex pest. He's an idiot. He genuinely just goes after whoever the fuck he thinks he needs to or wants to or just sets his sights on. He has no qualms about doxing. He has no morals about him. And I have never liked Salvo since I first knew about him and heard stuff about him. But if Edwin's willing to maintain a friendship with him, come on, that's some iffy bullshit. I also got to bring this up as well. Edwin will claim the worst shit about like Seer and Dasha. One of the claims he made earlier last year on a stream of his, when people were talking about the OTK shit, which is the shit that Seer's affiliated with now. It's a streaming house in Texas, I believe. Or he claimed on there drunkenly, which I think later recanted this or some shit, or clarified what he meant or whatever. He drunkenly claimed that Seer was a big time groomer, and that he had a lot of texts from girls talking about Seer, and I've seen like some things on like the Lolcow forums when I was just browsing those for, like, some receipts or whatever the fuck, just to get an idea of, like, some people's thoughts on the matter, as well as, like, where I got some of the screenshots I have in this interview. And, because I looked there for some research purposes, but then also just to see if I could find stuff to use. It's like, Sierra apparently does have some allegations of either abuse or cheating or whatever the fuck, but I don't believe granted, I don't know Sierra in person, but believe I don't believe Sierra always does that. And on top of that, there was apparently one of his exes who came out on Twitter against Edwin, who was just like, "Hey, this didn't happen like you're saying it did. I was not involved in this. Please, just in regards to like cheating, I think." And it's like, yeah, Edwin will just make baseless claims that he knows are bullshit, but if he thinks he can get away with it, he will do it. So yeah, and on top of that, he will use his army of fangirls against whoever, which is why I'm like apprehensive about this shit. But here's the thing: if you're still a stan of Edwin, you're still one of his Discord mods, one of his stream mods, one of his fucking people in his Discord server who actually still like him, you have no power. Edwin has no power. You can't be doing this shit. So glad that Edwin pissed off Steffi last year during a stream with Stardust. Because now Steffi doesn't like him, and she's gone from his stands. Like, because holy shit, she was the most annoying out of all of them. And she is fucking annoying. That's why I have her blocked. I think I have an alt of hers blocked. I think it's an alt of hers. If not, it's just someone else who has the same fucking chaotic energy. But, yeah. So, yeah, I really don't have much else to say in regards to this. It's just, don't believe someone just because they have a sob story. Like, actually think about how logical shit they say sounds, and then look at the other people and see if it's like, if it's likely that they've done something that, like, said person who's telling the story is claiming. Because we've seen a bunch of people get, like, destroyed online just for being, or just for, yeah, being liars, and it's like, ugh. But yeah, I am tired of the Edwin shit for now. So yeah, just food for thought with this whole interview. Please just be respectful if you have any criticisms in the comments. But yeah, I genuinely, like I said, won't tolerate just hateful bullshit that's being said. But yeah, just make sure to be respectful and we'll keep those comments, alive. So, yeah. Because, I don't have to deal with any bullshit that I don't want to. Yeah. So I think this'll go under an episode 0 for a podcast I want to do. But yeah. So guys, really not much else to say. So yeah, so links in the description to all of my shit. Subscribe if you want. I'll see you guys in the next one.